just like all the rest. You ask for truth like it's a test. I taste so good though when I lie. You love me best when I comply. I'm your lust, I'm your sin. You wear me like a second skin. You were so cute, you were so brave, but I became what you would crave. Chain my throat, chain my hands, burn me with your sacred brand. Chain my legs, chain my heart, make my soul your work of art. Just ain't good enough. Hate me, hurt me. Change your hands, burn you with my devil's brand. Change your legs, change your heart, and make your soul my work of art. Hate me, drink me. Hate me, hurt me. I showed you every part of me. I never hid what I could be. You thought your lust could set you free, but now you just belong to me. You saw the lie, you saw the cost. You loved it when I called you boss. You chose the thrill, you chose the loss. Now you're nailed up to your cross. I never took, you only gave. All I was is what you crave. Say it's normal, say it's fine. Say you're lucky now, say you're mine. Drink me. Take your turn, hit me hard, watch you burn. Hit me, drink me, did all. Hit me, hurt me, enjoy your Drink me, hate me, hurt me. Dream me, drink me. Say it's normal, say it's fine. Say you're lucky now, say you're
And good morning, best Chad. Now, hopefully, Chad, we got everything tested, ready to go. Let me see here. Yeah, Chad, we got everything good to go. We are back, Chad. We have returned from the dark and returned to the light, Chad. We are back. And also, I did a stress test on this whole microphone audio thing last night on the Shadiversity stream. No issues. No, I didn't tell anyone about anything. I just kind of showed up and then started, just did the show, and no one complained. I even played some audio while I was on stream just to test it, see if anyone complained, and no one complained. It didn't show up on Streamlabs, so hopefully, in fact, I'm playing audio right now, and I'm not sure if anyone can hear it. That was the issue, so I fixed it yesterday. Should be fixed, should be good to go. And I don't know if I'm louder or not, but everything's been updated. Everything has in fact been updated, and should be good. Should be good. I don't know how to get louder though. That's crazy. Let me see here. How about this? This is better. How about this? Everything's cranked all the way up. I don't know why I'm so quiet. Let's see. All right, chat. Here we go. ASIC says, "Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Hello to you." Dr. Christmas says, "Did you fix the audio echo? The echo. Also, have you started? Start with yesterday's memes? I mean, that makes sense. But yes, I'm pretty sure it's fixed. Pretty sure it's fixed." Abragione. Good morning. Good morning. Popcorn Time says, "Good morning. Have you tried the new Hatch's Silver Palace? I don't think so." Good morning. Good morning. Have you tried the new Gotcha Silver Palace? Gotcha? No, I don't think so. If it's a gotcha game, I have not played it. Probably not. Carlos Batista says, "Good morning, LD and Bez Chat." Good morning, good morning. Limp Bizkit says, "Good morning, LD and chat." It takes two. Take two after yesterday's software fail. Let's see how things go. Yeah, so far it should be pretty good. Let's see. Let me see here. All right. Good morning, LD. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you very much. Hope you're having a fantastic day as well. All right, chat. Let me see. Yeah. Hopefully this works because I made it a little louder. I managed to make it a little bit louder thanks to all the updates yesterday. So I just made it a little bit louder. Hopefully it's fine. Nisha says, "Good morning, LD. Hope you're having a good day." Thank you very much. Aluminum Fence says, "Praise be to LD." Best chat, of course, Space King. Speaking of Space King, I'm having an annual check on the holy globules today. Wish me luck. Yeah, be careful. Praise be to Space King. Then Fence says, "So LD, did you anoint your computer with holy oils and recite?" Yeah, what is this Mechanicus? The Mechanicus? Yeah, I got the Mechanicus over here. You gotta fix it right away. Let me have audio. Isn't that what they literally do? They pray to the machines, right? Let's see. Dr. E. Ryder the Four says, "Good morning, LD and Bezshadow." Good morning to you, sir. About your idea for a video adaptation for on Lady Midnight, you should first focus that your comics are ready, shifted and well received before going on such an endeavor. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, I don't really want to go. The only reason why I started like the video game idea is like maybe I can add this as a perk. You get like a cheap game. Obviously, I'm not a game developer, so like this would be pretty fun though, like an extra thing. Otherwise, I did have the idea of adding a extra story to higher tiers, like a whole extra story that would be written and ready to go, but not like a comic. It would be either an audiobook. My first idea was like maybe I can record this on cassette tape, but I'm not really sure how that would go. I'm not really sure how that would be played off or was received, but if anything, I was thinking that higher tier people could get a extra story added in, kind of like how I used to have like the digital version, or I had the digital version that you can just get. You get sent a link to, and you can download from Dropbox. Like, do the same thing. Like, you get sent a link to maybe like a folder, and you get the digital version and the audio of a additional story. That's kind of where it all started. And I was like, oh, what about a video game? But yeah, I just started trying it out. Obviously, I'm no game developer, but it was like, what would be kind of cool if I could also like if instead of that I could offer a video game for the higher tier people. Hudson Bomb, morning, folks. Hopefully everything is worked out, Litdev. I think so. I think it is. If only the showrunners knew their audience before making that shitty looking Golanak show. Yeah, seriously. But nope, it's just modern humor slop. Yeah, just the most egregious thing I heard in defense of that show was, oh, they're both good because the Japanese gives us a model and this new American show gives us a muscle mommy. Like, no, get the demons out of your head. I know you're possessed by some weird psychotic SJW demon when you use terms like muscle mommy. That's weird. Like, it's not weird to like muscular women. It's weird to call them a muscle mommy. That's pretty psychotic. That's like Freud, a playground for Freud. It's a Dude, Duckworth, hello to you. It's if your audience is crickets and tumbleweeds, how woke should your story be? Like, not woke at all. I don't care what your audience is. It should be not woke at all. Woke sucks. Woke is a detriment on whatever you make. That's not to say that it'll ruin whatever you make necessarily, but it will degrade it. Like I always say, if you make something great, woke will make it good. If you make something good, woke will make it bad. Make something bad, woke will make it awful. It's completely awful. Popcorn. Hello to you. I feel like the basis of the story should be one that entertains you enough to keep writing. Yes. What was it? The rule one of writing: write a story in in which a complete stranger does not feel that his or her time has been wasted. That's like the number one solid rule of writing, and one that you personally find fun. Right? It's kind of why you hear stories from people who wrote for Marvel or DC, and they'll talk about like, oh, here's where I came from with this story for Batman or this story for Superman or something like that, because they they have the reins to Batman or Superman or Captain America or Thor, but really they're writing they're writing a story that they would want to see happen with these characters. Same with Alan Moore. Like Alan Moore had a ton of ideas for Superman, and then but he didn't get to do them at DC. So fortunately for Alan Moore, he was hired by Rob Liefeld, and he took over a character called, I think, Supreme. I think this was called. I'm not sure if I have all of them. I have a lot of them. I bought a big chunk of Supreme comics written by Alan Moore. So, and they're pretty interesting. I kind of like them. It's kind of a parody of Superman, like a really fun parody of Superman. It's pretty funny. But I got them, and it's pretty interesting. But yeah, so Alan Moore had a bunch of ideas for Superman, but just like any writer, they don't have to necessarily be for Superman. They're stories that he wants to write. It's just that Superman would fit these stories pretty well. It's like the story of Raid and Raid 2. Like Raid 2 was not supposed to be Raid 2. Right? Raid 1 was clean, finished, ready to go. There was no extra baggage. Everyone ended the movie pretty well. Like the brother went off into the sunset. The only thing that was kind of left hanging as a addressed thread was the fact that there was like some weird cabal of criminals that needed to be taken down. But as far as the story goes itself of Raid, it's pretty self-contained. Everything worked out just fine. So yeah, when it comes down to it, you need to write a story that also entertains you. Write a story that you want to see. Which is, by the way, if you didn't know, how Mahler started making video essays. The reason why Mahler has stated that the reason why he started making video essays and making them the way he does is because when he was looking up videos on YouTube, there were no video essays that were made in the way that he would like, and so he made the video essays in the way that he would like. So that's how that goes. Pretty good stuff. The same thing goes with writing. You really want to start a story, whether you're handling your character or not. You really want to handle it in a way that entertains you, and that's how I wrote the extra story, Tales from the Battlefield. When I wrote it for Flash's character, all right, that side story, because that one was 100% written by me. Other than editing, I guess I don't know what they changed during editing. But that was it. I had a story that was fun. He gave me like, hey, I want you to write a story about the main character's father back in the day. And I go, okay, that sounds pretty cool. So I did that. And he gave me some constraints. And he wants to take place in Japan because the artist can draw Japanese architecture pretty well. So I was like, okay, that's interesting. So it's going to be during World War I. We were allies with the Japanese in World War I. So that was kind of, an obstacle. But I managed to make it work a thing. Because there was a Yakuza, and I had this idea about, like, what if there was like Yakuza and magic? Because there was magic, like mysticism was already part of the world. So what if they're just trying to do, trying to call in luck? Magic, and then Yakuza is about gambling. Like that's the whole thing. It's about gambling. So what if it's all about luck and shifting tides and everything? And that's because that's a huge factor in war. So I kind of like started thinking about all this stuff and putting it together. And basically, I did make a story that I would find entertaining, and then I just made it about that character. It was fun to write. I had a lot of fun. Writing that story. It's pretty cool. And of course, I wrote it differently because when you write, depending on what kind of story you write, you want to write it a little bit different. It's kind of like if you want to apply for a job. You want to curtail your resume to that job. Like what have you done? What are your credentials and things? You want to make it seem impressive to that job and what they would care about. Same thing, you kind of want to do that with stories. Like if you write a story about sci-fi, you want it like what kind of sci-fi? You want it comedy, explorative, speculative. You kind of want to write different stories in different ways. And that story I know is in the world. It's like in a world of like a golden age. It's kind of like, you want to be a little bit goofy without being without the characters being in on the joke. So I kind of wrote it in the way that because I was reading a bunch of those Golden Age, Silver Age comics at the time, and I was like, oh, let me do it like this because Golden Age and Silver Age comics are very overt. They're very like this. They explain a lot of stuff. They go, oh my goodness, I can't believe that yellow rocket is heading towards the town. By Jove, they'd say stuff like that. So I kind of did that. I kind of hammered home things to make it clear because what their whole thing is that they back in the day they were not selling to literary geniuses. They were selling to the masses, and not only that, they were selling to the masses that were like they're ready to go. Like they had a lot of things on their mind. Like they were ready to go to work. What they wanted to do was sell a story to the masses that would be easy to understand, not too like in depth or whatever, and would be kind of easily conveyed. And so that's kind of what I went with. I had some redundant dialogue in there, but polished redundant dialogue. It was planned. It wasn't like I tried to make it not too overt or anything like that. And also I did away with the extensive paneling or the extensive dialogue and things because man, those Silver Age, Golden Age era comics can just be bogged down in text. Have you seen those? Like it's like, okay, here's a narrator box, here is a thought box, here's the actual character that the dialogue that the character's saying, and then here's an author's note, and also that's all in one panel on a page that is like 9 panels or more. It gets pretty crazy. So I didn't exactly do that, but you kind of want to have fun with it and know what the genre is, and that's kind of what we're going to go into. You want to know your audience. It's very, very important to know your audience. It's a very big topic today, to know your audience. It's very, very important, and it's also one of those things that kind of gets it kind of seems like this is not really in play today, but it is. You know why? Because have you ever heard the phrase, "It's not made for you"? The reason why they say that phrase today is often enough because they want to because it's being complained about that this show or movie or series or whatever that is made for an audience is not catering to the audience anymore. Like usually it's men or something like that, but like they'll have like a James Bond movie that's all soyed up and made for gays and women, and they'll have a Star Wars movie that kicks Luke Skywalker to the curb and becomes completely Disneyfied and soy, and like, what the hell's this? And all the women in charge would be like, oh, it's not made for you. It's not made for you. Like, but why not? Why isn't it made for me? It should be. It's Star Wars. And so, but that's kind of where it is, and it all ties together. So you kind of want to know what kind of story you're making and what kind of people would want to read it and what they would like. And I've heard people kind of talk about this, not just writers but editors, and it's like editors giving advice to indie authors and things where they would go, okay, you want to write genre fiction? Well, you got to know the genre and how you write genre fiction and make sure that the people who read genre fiction actually read your work is that you have to know exactly what kind of tropes they're looking for, because tropes are not bad. In fact, these are like markers that people are actively looking for. Like, I want to read a sci-fi and I want it to be like about mechs or something. So they'll scour the indie sphere, or not even just the indie sphere, but anything that's a sci-fi story about mechs. And if your sci-fi story is about mechs, then they'll probably choose yours. And they want like pilots, they want war, they want battles, right? It's like, it's to boil it down to simplest terms. If I go see a Godzilla versus King Kong movie, you kind of want them to fight, and you kind of want them to fight a lot. Insane. All right, chat. You can translate that. You should be Ethan Kid Ava sketch videos. Maybe I don't know. But see, you should be the kid's avatar video. I don't know. I'm not sure what that means. As Little Fence says, praise be to the Omnissiah. Hello to you. The Orange Man says, hello, Litem. What's your next video? I'd love to hear your voice on philosophy. Hopefully soon. I worked on it yesterday, and I have a roster. If you want philosophy, you're in luck. Next up, I'm going to release a Cowboy Bebop video covering an article. I think it's pretty cool discussion on storytelling and where storytelling is today versus where it used to be traditionally. But after that, I have a line of videos about philosophy surrounding Batman. You know, the whole thing where should he give away his money? Why shouldn't he give away his money? Should Batman save super criminals? And also, should Batman kill? And I go pretty in depth with those, relatively speaking. So yeah, we can talk about philosophy a lot. I just have to get them done. They're written and recorded. I'm just doing the visuals now. It's a little quiet. Hopefully not too quiet. Hopefully not too quiet. Bunser, hello to you. Volume is fine. Awesome, awesome. It's a Gunblade says, good morning, Eldine. Best chat. Praise be to Space King. Did you solve whatever happened? Yes, I believe so. I even tested it on Shad's stream last night, so hopefully everything's good to go. Shadow Tronic says, good morning, all. Wasn't this yesterday's topic minus the typo? Yes. 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 But we got cut off. It got cut off by terrible issues of the audio variety. That's kind of what happened. So, that's how it goes. But we're back at it again. We didn't get very far into the video. We didn't get very far into the video. Let's see. All right. Carter Country says, Moonlit in Rumble Chat. Good-ish news. Father's latest infection results came back negative. Oh, nice. Very good. Carter Country, glad to hear that. So it seems like the worst is over, but they're going to keep him for observation for possibly a week, I assume. That's good. That's good. Yeah, see, observation is good after that. Make sure that nothing else happens afterwards. Because something could happen. Something could happen. Absolutely something could happen. Jordan to be God. Good morning, everyone. Remember to stay hydrated. It's okay for parents to have favorite kids because kids have their favorite parent. I mean, I guess, fair is fair. Alex Halo. Hello to you, Alex Halo. Let's see. Dr. Iran the Force says, what about dummy mommies? I guess those are more attractive, I guess. Limfest says, the Alan Moore who LD knows. Well, I know Alan Moore as far as I've seen him and heard his interviews and things. I don't personally know him. you be like, hello there, it's Alan Moore. This is what watching is. You look into these haunted eyes and these carven wrinkles. Craig 90 says, good morning, ladies and best chat. I finished my Adventure Superman. It's okay. I liked Clark and Kara. The redesign of Doomsday and Bizarre were okay. It's kind of funny. I kind of like some of the references. My main reason, and watch my video on it, people keep referencing that video. My main reason for liking it is, even back then, I knew it was kind of soy and stuff. But my main reason for liking it is because it was a refreshing return to form in terms of Clark Kent's character. I liked him being good, kind, Midwestern Clark Kent. Kind of a goofball, but also very, very righteous. Very, very strong in his morals and beliefs. I want that Clark Kent. I want superhero Clark Kent, not Zack Snyder's swill. No, thank you. Dr. Azel, hello to you. Morning, LD. By the way, are you religious, or what's your opinion on it? Yeah, a little bit. I just don't talk about it. Catholic, Roman Catholic, but yeah, absolutely. Positive opinion on it. Positive opinion on Christianity. It's a Megathon says, advice I once heard was creating a thing that you would want but doesn't exist. Yes, that's kind of what I go off to. I've heard that as well. It's pretty good because if you want something, people probably want it too. And if it doesn't exist, you might as well, and you're able to create it, might as well create it. It's your chat. Comic Wiz says, good morning, everyone. What's on today's agenda? I think we have a lot of videos today. I have a lot to go over, a lot of extra stuff. Even. And friend says, LD, do you have ads on or something? Because I sat through 3 so far. I'll have to check. 3? Let me go see. Normal Man, extra $10 super chat. Hello to you, Normal Man. Thank you very, very much. Let me see here. Where is it? Here we go. Oh my God! So I started to flame more on X after saying Gene and B&D was evil and that Peter should not feel sorry about creating an inhibitor due to her actions. How was your week? I mean, that's pretty good. It's all reasonable. But you can really tell, like, the same people who support Jean Grey, the same people who support this one lady who killed all of her kids because of postpartum depression, the same people. They're all insane wackaloons. Let's see here. But pretty all right so far. Let's see here, chat. Greg 90 said hello to you. Greg 90, hello to you. And then Norman Additional 5 is one guy spurged out after I said Jean should have been held accountable for. What? Why would that be a spurg moment? She should be held accountable for her actions. She wasn't under. I mean, she wasn't even under postpartum depression or anything. She was just evil. So that's a big issue there. It's a big issue. Anyway, chat. Anyway, here we go. Let's get down to business, shall we? But first of all, let's go over this one. Let's do this one first. It's a little bit shorter, and I think it's shorter. Actually, it's about the same length. Let's do this one first. Let's do the know your audience is critical. I think that'll help us boost our understanding of the masculinity one. All right, here we go, chat. You are not the audience. Why some studios fail and some studios succeed? Because know your audience is very critical, and as said in the title of this stream. But however, they try to use that against us. They try to use that whole idea for evil. And what I mean by that is they'll go, again, it's not made for you. So obviously kind of hinting that they know the audience they're trying to reach. However, they're like, the audience they're trying to reach is like women or something, and they have like Star Wars in hand or a superhero movie in hand. And they're just trying to make Star Wars and superhero stuff for women. That's what they mean. And that's why they fail. Is because they're taking like a thing that men like and trying to like put makeup on it so that it looks, so it's more for women. But again, the old saying goes, you put makeup on a pig, it's still a pig. You try to make a man thing for women, it's still a man thing. Just not attractive to men anymore. Men are going to like it less. Women are not going to like it more. Not usually. So that's where it goes. So that's kind of, I think that's kind of the main reason why some studios fail and some succeed, because you have people trying to make Star Wars for women and Marvel for gays and women. On the other hand, the other thing is you have like things like Space King. You get Space King. And Space King knows its audience and makes it for the audience they're trying to get to without apology. And usually, if you have a show that is catering to men, for example, without apology, that's when they start to step in and go, hey, wait a minute, shouldn't you have more women? Should you have more softer themes? Shouldn't you crank down the violence a little bit? It's kind of like the thing we went over yesterday, where that one guy was really angry at what's it called? Postal, at the Postal crew. Like, I like Postal 1, but Postal 2, couldn't you like crank down a little bit on the offensiveness? Like, it's Postal, bro. It's Postal. The reason why you don't really see Postal much anywhere is because it's supposed to be offensive. Like, not everyone is like the corporations are not going to be, stumbling over themselves to sell it. Like, it's available on Steam, but it's a tough sell these days. Something Postal. But if you want more Postal, it's going to be offensive. It's going to be offensive. And so asking them to crank down on the offensiveness of Postal. It's like cranking down. Could you give us less content? Could you make it more zombie-like? That's the heart and soul of Postal, is how offensive it is. It's intentionally offensive. And see, Vivi says, the title reminded me of how people saying Himmel from Freerun is rewriting men. Yes, we're going to cover that video or something, because that girl on Blue Sky hates men so much I forgot to what a gentleman is. Yeah, nothing has been rewritten. Japanese women did not rewrite masculinity with Himmel and Laios. That's just what being a gentleman is. It's just the fact that we here in the West have been so saturated with the modern media's attempt to take down masculinity. I would think a normal masculine man is like super aggro, super insecure, just goes off the handle at every minute of the day, and is an idiot. When really, what a really good masculine man is essentially a gentleman. He's Himmel, he's Laios, which is why, by the way, I really like those characters. Same reason why I like Superman or Clark Kent from My Adventures of Superman, because they are they are genteel, they are very accepting, they're very calm and collected, technically speaking, right? And then, when it's time to not be nice anymore, they're very willing to not be nice anymore. That's what a gentleman is. I mean, that's what a good masculine man is. Timmel is all about, the whimsy and positivity and going like, oh yes, wasn't this a great day, my friends? It's awesome. We're going out here and we're having an adventure that we'll remember for the rest of our lives. And he has Freeman is always remembering those times with Himmel. But remember what they did though? They killed the Demon King, and so Freeman also often remembers the good times with Himmel, but she rarely ever remembers like the horrors that they must have gone through. And we know they've gone through horrors because there was one time that she couldn't help it, that she had to acknowledge the horror that they've gone through. And that's when they encountered that little demon girl, because they had to come to terms with the fact that these demons are completely 100% evil. Okay? And the thing is, can they really kill this little demon girl? And Himmel really couldn't. He let Freeman handle it, but Himmel did give the order. Like, he's like, just go, Freeman, go ahead, do it. So even though Himmel couldn't do it, he did have that mindset of there are things that are just awful that have to be done. Right? You should be just and gentle when possible until it's time to not be gentle anymore. And one should remain just, though. And say, the Incredible Hulk fan says, oh man, I didn't get up early enough. But that being said, good morning. Hello to you, the Incredible Hulk fan. Hello to you, hello to you. Book Golem says good morning as well. Hello to you. Book Golem, good morning as well. All right, check. Let's see here. So this should feed into the other topic of the day. Then this video is about the audience thing. Know your audience. Why some studios can succeed in playing to the audience, and some studios will fail. Let's see. Aberjones is initially a gentleman meant of noble birth. That's why they expected to have good manners. And also that meant they knew how to spill your guts in a sword fight. Yeah, you didn't really want to mess with those guys. Because it's like, yes, they will have lots of manners and they will have a lot of etiquette, knowledge and etiquette in being a noble person. But also, if you mess with one, they will kill you. And it comes up in a lot of movies where these noble men seem very clean cut and very, very polished and very articulate and everything. But they will also say that don't mess with that guy. He knows a sword or something. By the way, this is what even happens in Mask of Zorro. The clean cut, or not clean cut, but the polished Captain Love is right there in front of the main character's face. He's like, I'm gonna go fight him. He's like, wait a minute. Diego's like, wait a minute. Do you not even know how to fight? This guy is a trained killer. He's not gonna. You're gonna lose in like 2 seconds. That was a major issue. Yeah. So that's the big thing. But here we go, chat. Catering to your audience is catering to the audience that's going to love what you're making, not necessarily what you're trying to turn it into. We're going to make this thing that's for men into women. And it's not really going to work that way. I mean, they have the arrogance to do that, but it's not really going to happen.
Successful trailer a couple of days ago. It has so far reached 27 million views on X. The game is a character action roguelite from Mass Creation, which is a Polish indie studio. Their pitch is a fairy tale heroines fighter, the heroines reimagined and armed with, in some cases, almost prototype-esque weaponry. Rapunzel, for example, has a snake creature that is technically her hair. The style is, shall we say, unapologetically feminine, with character designs that are fan service. There is no other way to put it. Still, 27 million views for an indie trailer that basically got shadow dropped with no marketing budget. Unsurprisingly, the majority of people were really positive about this game. But there was this subgroup of people, the one that has been mocked to heaven and back, that took great offense at swords and slippers, considering it a major attack on women. And then, what really turned this trailer into an internet phenomenon was a response from one of the devs. Another critic went at them on Twitter and the studio replied, "You are not the audience we're building for. Nobody here is interested in your agenda." That is the line that got them almost canonized among many gamers. It proved that they were unwilling to budge in a day and age where studios usually try, quite frantically, to fulfill whatever the loud minority on social media is.
Okay, so this one's really interesting because it's a very like I think they're fighting some bad guys or trying to twist up the fairy tale or something. But not only are they strong, they also hype up how attractive the main characters are. It's called what was it? Penning. What was it called? Everyone knows. I think people might know what it is. I saw it on Steam. I think I might have wishlisted it or something. But yeah, it's like Snow White, Rapunzel, and someone else all going on a rampage of revenge. So it looks pretty cool. It's like very. It's like I think it's like a spectacle fighter kind of thing. Pretty cool stuff.
Demanding of them this week. Now, pretty much everyone has already covered this drama, base devs, own Vogue critics, and that's true, but there is a far more interesting question sitting underneath that sentence. How does a studio of maybe 15 people correctly identify its audience when companies with 2,000 employees in an entire market?
Well, because they know what game they're making, so they're making. Oh, we're making a spectacle fighter, by like basically Bayonetta. They're making Bayonetta. That's what it seems like to me. They're making Bayonetta, but with multiple main characters instead. So it's pretty easy. Like, okay, we're making a really cool spectacle fighter starring a bunch of women. This is obviously going to be for men. Now, there might be some women streamers who might like it or whatever, but this thing is made for men. And so we're going to hype up the sexiness, the action, the attitude, and that's kind of that's going to be their bread and butter. That's kind of what happened with the kung fu movie industry. Like they knew that the kung fu was their bread and butter, right? So they kind of they hyped up all the tropes, they hyped up all the drama, and they knew to get their kung fu on point, absolutely on point. So they eventually learned who their audience was and what they wanted, and they gave it to them. They kind of hyper focused on the aspects of these movies that people wanted. That's kind of what you want to do when you're writing as well. You want to know what your audience is going to expect from these stories. And some people might say, "Oh, that's old hat. That's tropey." Yes, it is, and that's a good thing. Here's why it's a good thing. But yeah, it's very tropey. And the thing is, that people are looking for those tropes. Like if you look for mystery, you want a red herring, you want the drama, you want twists and turns, you want some juicy backstory, juicy secrets being spilled, things like that. This is what you want. Okay, you want some clues that lead up to a clever twist. These are all things you kind of want when you're looking for a mystery, no matter what it is. And then you have different flavors of mystery, which is like murder mystery, which is Columbo. And then Sherlock Holmes, it's like generalized mystery. It could be anything. Columbo is specialized. It's always a murder mystery because he's in homicide. But it's like it can get kind of crazy sometimes. But you have to know your audience because you have to know what your audience is going to look for. If you don't know your audience, then how do you know exactly what to emphasize in your story? Like, okay, I want to write this XYZ story. What should I put in it? This would be pretty cool. This would be pretty cool. This would be pretty cool. Like you don't really want to write a mech story that's advertised on battles and war and everything, and then the whole thing is about a romance or whatever. And then the mech stuff takes a backseat to the romance. Right? You don't really want to do that. You can put a romance in there, but if you're mainly kind of selling this on this is a mech war kind of story, then that's where you definitely want to go. That should be front and center. J. Jameson says, as always, the food analogy is that the trope is like serving burger and fries. It's not breaking any molds, but people buy them by the billions, and people will choose your burgers and fries over someone else's based on how yours is different. Like, am I going to go to McDonald's to get a burger and fries, or am I going to go to Burger King and get a burger and fries? And, something like that. Like there's a different way that McDonald's makes their fries compared to how Burger King makes their fries. And it's like, depending on your tastes, it could be very different. Or am I going to go to Wendy's to get a burger and fry? Like Wendy's has that little spin where it's like, we don't freeze our burgers. And they do taste a little bit better, I have to say. I prefer Wendy's burgers personally. Although some people don't. It might taste too like raw or something. I don't know. It might taste a little bit too different. But I like Wendy's. I like their burgers and fries. And Jack in the Box gives you curly fries. That's like so. I mean, so does Arby's, but there's a whole subsect of little restaurants that give you curly fries instead of like Julienne or something. Some give, I think, some places some places give you crinkle fries. Like it's a little bit different. Like sometimes you just kind of want crinkle fries. So that's kind of where it goes into my Pinewood Derby thing. Like it's not everyone gets the same box, the same little block of wood, but your job is to carve it into something unique. More Mantic Survive says Jackie Chan knows his shtick and sticks with it. Yes, he does. He knows exactly why people are there to see his movies, and he gives like his all on these things. Absolutely.
Research department cannot. And why is that single
That's what's called Swords and Slippers. That's what it was. The devs of Swords and Slippers must have watched the scene of the princess and Shrek in third fight, the third fighting the villains, and went, "What if we made more like that? But yeah, more anime." And that's kind of what it is. And they didn't do they didn't make it girl boss. They made it like a super attractive. Like they're all like they look like women first of all, and they're all wearing like a scantily clad version of their typical costumes and stuff, like showing off more leg and everything, which is probably triggering the wokies to no end. But that's kind of how it goes. Anyway,
sentence, "You are not the audience you're building for," probably the most valuable business decision available to a game studio right now. Because that reply isn't really a culture war statement at all. The sentence is fundamentally non-culture war. It's basic market segmentation. It's a comprehension of whom you're making your product for. So let's strip all the politics and culture war out of the statement for a moment. You are not...
Because really, when you're making something, culture war should not even enter your mind. It should be... Now, it doesn't mean you have to step away from the culture or politics. It means that you shouldn't be writing with the intention of I'm going to make the wokies angry. I'm going to get back at them for X, Y, Z. No, it should be... If you're going to add in anything from the culture war or modern day politics or whatever, it should be, how can this enhance my story? Because what you should do is boil it down to its base pieces, right? So, like for example, when I did Dead Man's Alibi, Dr. Alpha Dead Man's Alibi Part 1, I made the trio that he fights, the Justice Scouts. I didn't make them necessarily woke, but I took the methods of wokeness to try to gain power and celebrity and fame and everything, and put them in their shoes. Put that into the mysterious bad guys behind the scenes. So they're trying to, if you read Dead Man's Alibi Part 1, what they're trying to do is make the public trust police less, so they trust superheroes more. Right? So that one guy has the sign "Capes over Cops," so that they can gain more power and they can be handed more social authority than the police themselves. Let's see. Megathon says, "Well, D, there are 7 book series, Titan Maidens. 3 guess what it's about." Is it like Kung Fu Princesses or something? Well, by the way, chat. Speaking of which, I got to update this, but yesterday, unfortunately, because of the short stream, we kind of logged off at $27. So let's see. All right, let me go ahead and update this real quick. Let's see your chat. Oh, and speaking of which, we should be doing, let me see here. Venture Brothers today. Venture Brothers stream later today on the Rumble chat. On Rumble. Venture Brothers stream. And say, Dr. Azel says, "Hey LD, how do you add text box to your comics? When I read manga, I always wonder how do they draw in a way that text never interrupts the drawing?" First of all, you have to plan that out with your artist. The artist will usually kind of plan a panel with the dialogue in mind. And the way that happens, at least with us, is that I write the whole thing first. So when I hand the artist the script, he knows that this is going to be a dialogue-heavy scene or a dialogue-light scene. And so he kind of factors that into how he draws the panel. And then, second of all, when I get those pages and then hand them over to the letterer, they know to optimize or prioritize the empty space first. So it's kind of how it goes. It's coordination between all 3 people: the writer, the artist, and the letterer. That's kind of how that happens. Very good. Looked at. Are you finding the Rumble rant from yesterday? Oh, maybe. Let me see here. If I go to yesterday's stream and find it, I believe it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Actually, you know what? Where's the live commentary? But if you gave me a Rumble rant that I didn't get to it today, just let me know, Connor Ketchel, and I just put it in the chat here, and I'll read it here. But thank you very much. Appreciate it. Aberragione says, "It does interrupt the drawing sometimes. I wouldn't say never. Yeah, sometimes you can't help it, especially if it's a lot of dialogue." But anyway, chat, we got a guest in the back room. Let's see what this could possibly be.
Don't talk to me. I know you're a pervert under there.
Yeah.
And good morning, Stu of the Stu Crew.
Good morning. How do I sound?
Sound pretty good. It sounds pretty good to me.
Awesome. I'm tired, boys. I've been doing conventions for several weeks in a row. I've been doing 9+ hour drives on, twice a week.
999.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Drove to Texas a little bit ago. That was fun.
You visited like the Redneck Central, Redneck Mecca?
Yep, I did. I went to the Bass Pro Shop in Memphis, Tennessee, to the Pyramid. That was quite enjoyable. It cost $8 to ride up to the top of that, and I'm going to be worth. It was worth every penny. I had some really good jambalaya. Like, oh my god, that was awesome. I didn't know jambalaya fucked so hard. Did I make money? I made some money. I'm out actually. This year at Colossal Con, Texas, I was up 30%. That's now that sounds like a lot because it is, but also I didn't make a lot of money last year. So 30% is just kind of like, all right, cool. It made the trip worth it.
Well, that's good. I guess you made more money than last year. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't like in the red or anything last year, but like, you know.
Let's see. Siege Garden says, I used to tell my artists to please not go too heavy on the background detail because characters are a visual priority and spending lots of time on details only for the letter to erase it with words. Yeah, well, it depends on like that's kind of why the planning is better. Like you plan for this panel to be full of words. You know, so that's way the artist knows not to go too detailed on the background. But if you have like panels with no words, which is actually pretty good because you kind of want that sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, because it helps you get immersed into the world where you have like maybe a couple of panels or even a page without any text, just letting the visuals do all the talking because comic books are a visual medium as well. Actually, that's 6 5 is Stu. Some annoying person in Discord won't stop asking me for advice on his deck for Yu-Gi-Oh! Game.
Motherfucker, Alex Halo has messaged me like every single day asking for Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck building advice, and I'm like, brother, I cannot coach you through this game. Although, me being me, he keeps sending me shit, and I'm like, yeah, that's really good. You should do that. You should do that. I keep fucking engaging with him because I can't not do it. Because I'm fucking me. I know me.
It's pretty good stuff. But yeah, just the Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is fun. I like the surprisingly, I like the lore, except for maybe Yu-Gi-Oh! GX lore, which seems to be kind of like made up as they went along. But I mean,
yeah,
it's just yeah, we made like a clean energy reactor based off of dual energy. Okay, well,
duh.
Stu is much louder. Let me see here.
Oh, am I?
I guess so. Let me see. How about now? Oh, wait a minute. I can't alter your mic volume from here.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know why, but StreamYard's made me very, very quiet. I have everything cranked up to the max, and this is as loud as I'm going to get.
Should I? My mic is very loud. I'll put my microphone over. Oh, hold on. I can turn my gain down.
Those gains.
How's that?
Orange Man says, "Oh, that's good." Says Orange Man says, "I understand, Stu. I had to drive 13 hours Sunday to get back home from Massachusetts. That's 13 hours is tough.
That's tough. That's tough, Orange Man. I get you, bro. Yeah.
And men don't usually want to like stop because why should I stop? That's just more money.
I've got like a $5 like little girl bladder. Like I had to stop like once an hour to piss. I fucking hate it.
Yeah, it was $5 mentioned. VTuber Kirsch got apologized to by devs of her favorite game for wrongly canceling. Oh, nice. Some accountability. Very cool.
Takoa was talking about that. Not only did they publicly apologize, they paid her all the money they made off of her skin. They personally flew her out, like to the studio, gave her the tour and a bunch of free gifts, and like they prostrated, man. They like kowtowed, and
they have to. I'm glad they're learning that. Stop kowtowing to wokeness. Stop it. No one likes it. But yeah, it's apologized and wrongly canceling her, quite possibly the first time, and proving precedents for mending. You know, if I cared about any of that, Like if I knew who Kirsch was and I knew what the game was and stuff.
Uh-huh.
I would probably, if I was like a fan of the game until they canceled Kirsch, them doing all that would get me back in, hypothetically.
Yeah.
It's like if Blizzard was like, we're sorry, we're going to make Warcraft more man-centric again, then I would play. I would give it a shot. This would reward them.
Mm-hmm.
But it was really funny when you said like they paid her all the money they made off of her skin. Like out of context, it sounds psycho.
Yeah.
Thank you much, Connor Ketchell, for yesterday. Because yesterday I had some catastrophic audio failures. I fixed them since then, but yeah, we had to cancel the stream a little bit early yesterday. Yes. Thank you much, Connor Ketchell. Appreciate it. It's Alex Halo says, I'm limited on the cards I can use. So I wanted to know which other cards I could use. I mean, Yusei was like that, right? Yusei had to cobble together his... Yusei is badass, I have to say. The most badass thing I've ever seen Yusei do is win a duel against the warden of a prison using a deck cobbled together from random-ass cards that the prisoners had and smuggled in. And he won. And not only that the warden not only had like his prepped pro deck. Not only did Yusei get shocked with chains every single time he I think lost life points or a monster, but the warden also had video cameras looking into his hand that Yusei also accounted for and managed to win by tricking them all. Like that's pretty awesome. Like just finally a competent anime protagonist, or a competent protagonist that just from old school era, as opposed to, oh, I got caught off guard. Like obviously he was cheating. Like why is it that a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh protagonists could never understand that the antagonist is always going to cheat? This is just standard. They're always going to cheat in some way. But only Yusei seems to know that.
Well, the protagonists also like they use magic too, like to cheat. Like it's low key. Like the Yu-Gi-Oh universe, like pulling the right card in a Destiny draw is like a skill in Yu-Gi-Oh. It's really funny.
I don't think it's actually a skill. So here's my headcanon, Stu, is that the reason why this works for Yugi is because Taya is there. And to me, Taya is like the white mage of friendship. And the reason why I think that is because of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. Not because if Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds can make a gigantic clean energy reactor out of dual energy, then shouldn't friendship technically act the same way? Like it was a trope and a meme. Oh, friendship. But no, if that's possible, then shouldn't the power of friendship also be an energy source? So my guess is that because Taya is there, and Taya is always going on and on about friendship and crap, then like shouldn't that be a thing that like she's like a white mage that uses the power of friendship literally as magic? And you could see, Shay Durax brought this up the other day, and he said like this actually works out to be the case because remember his duel against Pegasus and how like, oh no, I lost Yugi, I can no longer mind shuffle, and Pegasus is like Yugi boy, I can invade you whenever I want to, and he's trying to read Yugi's mind, but what stops him? Friendship. Friendship led by Taya. Remember Taya, not only did Taya talk about friendship in the Duelist Kingdom, she had them do a ritual where they all clasped hands and she put on some satanic symbol around their hands. It looked like a smiley face, but I'm pretty sure it was satanic. But she did that. She's like a white mage.
Yes, I also appreciate that she is a white.
Just very white mage.
White mage.
And this also kind of continues on in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX because there's an episode where freaking Chumley has to duel Crowler. And like Crowler, look, if you lose a Chumley, just walk off a cliff or something. Because this means your doctorate in duel monsters is completely worthless, and you wasted your life. So, but he won. However, Chumley did put up a good fight because of friendship. Like he was losing, and then his friends were like, "Go Chumley," and he was able to be re-energized by the power of friendship into putting up a good fight against Crowler. Good enough to pass. And see. Anyway, it's Alex says, why did LD? By the way, LD, it was 5Ds games I was playing. So, I learned what secret summoning is from 5Ds, and it's awesome. Actually, I actually like the idea of secret summoning. It's pretty cool.
I love synchro summoning, man. When I played I really got into competitive Yu-Gi-Oh once synchro summoning came out and I figured out how to do it and I'm like, "Oh my god, this is like my favorite mechanic ever." It actually feels like your extra deck fucking does something and it's not worthless.
I always thought it's like, okay, this is a deck to use between games to switch things out.
Yeah, that was your side deck. The extra deck just never felt like it had a purpose because most fusion monsters for so long were just kind of terrible. Even the E-heroes just weren't that good. Like, Contact Fusion was actually kind of revolutionary for a while, like with the Gladiator beasts. But, like, man, it was just not great. And then someone, two other things. The super chat, and then someone's got someone's aluminum fence thoughts on Lindsay Clancy. I have opinions.
Not the most PC opinions, probably.
Well, as an accelerationist, I'm happy. I want it to get worse because people are noticing. And as we know, the noticing will continue until morale improves.
Yeah, just did women really send a child murderer $1 million?
Yeah.
That's crazy. So far we had Carmelo Anthony, who killed a white kid and received like $1 million. And I mean, now we have this crazy lady who killed all of her kids, and as a reward for killing all of her kids, I think she strangled them all. Received $1 million, and women are defending her by saying, "Oh, she actually didn't kill her kids. It was the husband because we looked into her birth signs and we used astrology to find out that it was a man who committed the murder."
That's the batshit part, is the fact that they're saying like, "Oh yeah, our evidence is fucking like." It's fucking astrology. That's their evidence, and they're using the word evidence too.
Evidence, yeah. Stu, one of them use the term forensic astrology.
Yeah.
Now, that's something I use in Lady Midnight. That's not something that I would actually consider in real life.
Yeah, forensic astrology. The most I could never in my life could you have got me to think of something so stupid for someone to
astrology.
Say.
Obviously,
Yeah.
I used forensic astrology to determine that actually it was the husband who killed all the kids, and the husband had the crime of looking mean after his kids were killed. So just he wasn't like a Ronald McDonald, just a man full of cheer and joy after his kids were all murdered. Oddly enough, it's a normal man looks too. Doesn't Yugi cheat all the time? No, he uses magic. He uses magic and friendship.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know about what is it? Magic being a legal maneuver. I would have a hard time believing that magic is tournament legal.
Well, there's nothing in it. It's like the Air Bud rule. Like, it's not against the rules. There's no rules against it. Just, obviously, because everyone in Battle City used magic, including Kaiba a little bit. Let's see. Shay Durag says they establish in GX that it is a skill, but lucky is still a factor. Yami can manipulate luck, so it'll always work for him. See, my theory now is that it depends on his friends. Now, back in the ancient Egypt, he had followers that probably liked him a little bit, so he probably used that. But I think he kind of generates luck. Like, the harder the cards works on a resource of friendship. He tends to canonically do better when his friends are around. Anyway, chat. Stu, have you seen this new game coming out?
What's
called
the game?
About the princesses?
What? Oh, the sexy princesses. Yes, I have heard of. It's like something in heels. It's
called Swords and Slippers.
Swords and Slippers. That's right. It looks really cool. It looks really cute, actually. It's
a topic of knowing your audience, and the Swords and Slippers people definitely know their audience, and they were kind of encountered by the wokies because their characters might be girl boss types, but they're wearing very scantily clad outfits, and the camera work is very male oriented, and they don't like that. And so they according to the video so far, they've encountered this trouble from the wokies, and their response was like, "Who cares? Who cares what you think?" Go away, wokies. Anyway. Eric Gould says Yu-Gi-Oh is basically pro wrestling with magic cards. Yeah, kind of. Pretty much.
That explains why Little Karibo likes it so much.
I guess he was also a pro wrestler fan.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Most of the abridgers are big wrestling fans.
I assume porn addicts.
Yeah.
I assume they're all porn addicts.
Yeah.
Is there a connection between being a pro wrestling fan and being addicted to pornography?
I actually wonder, because a lot of them are also vaguely bisexual too, and that seems to be a thing.
Pro wrestling, dude, no other podcast talking about the connection between pro wrestling and the transgender mafia.
Right.
Let's see. Little Fan says, see if I draw blue eyes, white dragon, then the husband killed the... Yeah, exactly. It's like that.
Yeah.
Yes, I got my Yu-Gi-Oh deck, and I drew the blue eyes, white dragon, which means the husband killed the kids. All right? Forensic card drawing.
That's funny.
Was it called? The tarot. Like forensic tarot drawing deck. I remember forensic tarot card drawer. Let's see. Everybody says, Stu, what are your thoughts on Lesbian Space Princess? That kind of feels like one of those things that was like made in the 2016 era or something. Because that's an actual show coming out. Lesbian Space Princess.
Is it?
Yeah.
Like, on what?
I don't know, but it is a show coming out. Lesbian Space Princesses.
I'm genuinely sick of seeing lesbians everywhere. Like I used to not have an opinion on it, but now that like it's just fucking everywhere. Like I cannot get away from like lesbian characters. And the thing is too, even the wokies are getting tired of it because like
no one really liked the show because it was. I think they talked about it on Twitter. It's called Lesbian Space Princesses, and it's like it's full of man hate and everything. And like this, it's kind of like High Garden Spice. It's kind of like they had that whole thing about transgenderism in High Garden Spice, but it was like too overt to the point that transgender YouTubers like this is insulting.
It is. It frankly, it really is. And if I was a trans person going through this shit, I'd be pretty fucking offended. Like at all that shit happening. Not only that too. Like, do you know Pathfinder like added HRT? Like
Pathfinder, like in game, you can get like hormone replacement therapy.
Yeah, there's like there are these potions that slowly change your gender, and like it's like you got to take it every so often and it slowly changes your gender, and I'm like, that's dumb. That's really dumb.
Like there's no reason why that should be in there.
Yeah, absolutely not. It makes no fucking sense.
It's here. No managed to $5 super chat. Thank you very much.
Yes.
And it's anyone unironically using astrology as evidence should have their votes revoked and banished in the wilderness. I mean, that's pretty insane. Just I'm using forensic astrology to do all this.
Funny and crazy part is like people are unironically now trying to appeal the 19th because of this. They're like women losing their voting rights is now like on the table for being talked about.
Well, I did see that there's a lawyer that came out, and there's a lot of like divorcee husbands using this, like the wife support of that lady, as like a leverage to get full custody of their kids, because there's all the women that came out on TikTok with their kids supporting a woman who murdered all of her children, like this in solidarity. It has been one woman who kind of killed all of her kids in solidarity. She slit their throats. Fortunately, one survived. And then also, there's another woman who kind of doused her kids in hot oil and lit the house on fire in solidarity. It's pretty insane. And Takev Knight thinks that the 249, I think, euros says she's innocent. A woman would have failed to kill her. Well, that's kind of what they're saying. They actually, the women supporting that lady are using that as an excuse. Like they're saying that a woman does not strangle.
Yeah.
So obviously, because the kids were strangled to death, that she didn't do it.
It says women do not typically strangle, and it's like, yeah, you just said the word typically. Those are your words.
Typically. Let's see. She says, why transmutation? Yeah, that's the thing too. Like, isn't there like a thing where you can just transmutate? There's a Gary Gygax's dungeon. They're called the Tomb of Horrors, and that was like actually a trap. Oddly enough, that if you walk into it and you trigger the trap, it'll teleport you outside of the dungeon naked and with your gender reversed. I think.
Yeah. It's really funny. Yeah, it's a great troll thing.
It was pretty funny back when players were funny.
Yeah, when they were allowed to be funny.
It was allowed to be fun. And so here X is that then again it exists in High Guardian Spice as well.
Yeah, it's really uncomfortable because it's like you don't need to bring this up. Like this does not need to be a thing that we talk about in this game because I think most fantasy settings like they have bigger fish to fry. You know.
And usually you're fighting some sort of like Bandit King or Demon Lord or something.
Yeah, it's really discomforting to bring that into here, especially considering the audience that you are attempting to target to begin with. Like this does not need to be a thing. You are introducing very like I don't even think it's like a bad thing that people know that a trans person exists. You guys know that I deal with trans people all the time, and for the most part I have no problem with it. But like I sure do take issue when you try to introduce 8-year-olds to the concept because they have no fucking clue what you're trying to say. And in fact, most people when like for fucking years people have been baffled and confused about trans stuff. Like it was so poorly introduced and so poorly explained, everyone thought it was a troll for a troll thing for a long time. And not like a real genuine human experience. When we used to make fun of the Apache attack helicopter thing, it was because like it was making fun of Zay-Zems and like I identify as a fae. You know that shit was ridiculous. That wasn't that meant nothing. Like every sensible person knows that that's nonsense. Even trans people understand that's nonsense. Why are you trying to like introduce it to children when you can't even properly articulate what your human experience is?
Yeah, but for some reason they keep shoving it in all the shows. Let's see here. By the way, we have Connor Ketchel looks to the $5 through Rumble. Appreciate that.
Yes.
So the studio tour ended up being an online virtual tour with Q&A because they invited too many people. Kirsch's Sunday stream was the details. Oh, nice. Highly recommended giving it a once over. That's pretty cool. I'm glad they did that. I'm glad they apologized because that was just uncalled for.
Mm-hmm. There have been a lot of men that have broke off relationships. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's kind of like low key. This is like a Charlie Kirk level watershed moment for a lot of people. It's not necessarily that it happened. The alarming part is people's reaction to it.
The overwhelming support for this woman who killed all of her kids.
Like we've had like 3 major turning points this year. The riots in January, Carmelo Anthony, and now this Lindsay, whoever the fuck. Like we've learned that okay, Democrats are fucking going through psychosis. And they're rioting over nothing. The Nick Shirley Act is passing, which means
that
the
was
government
crazy. Yeah, the Nick Shirley Act essentially makes it illegal to uncover fraud. That's pretty insane.
It's so crazy, like how blatant. It's so blatant. Like, why would you even call it the Stop Nick Shirley Act? What is wrong with you?
Like all he did was uncover. By the way, all he did was uncover fraud, like millions and millions of dollars worth of fraud. And like, no, you can't uncover fraud.
Yeah,
that's
like
dumb.
if I were to like try to subvert, like Nick Shirley, I would not fucking call it the Stop Nick Shirley Act. I would call it like the Protect Innocent Immigrants Act or something like that. You know what I mean? Like they're so fucking stupid. They can't even like market their own psyop properly. They can't even market their own fraud properly. Like it's so blatant. I wonder if that's the plan. You know what I mean? Like if the plan was to draw attention to it. It's great if it is, because again, like at this point, it's not getting better. The people we like on our side that we're electing in, they're not changing things fast enough. and they're not changing things in a rate that matters. So now I'm an accelerationist. I'm like Asman. I want this to get worse so that everyone notices and we'll get like a stronger pushback, because that's the only option now.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I was like, what the hell is this? It's the Shadiversary was talking about this yesterday too. It was like, man, this is that whole situation really like, whoa, I can't believe this is humanity right now.
Yeah.
$1 million. You kill your kids and get $1 million. It's pretty insane, because it is $1 million now.
Yeah. Carmelo Anthony, similar situation. It's just revealing black racism. You know, it's revealing how racist people are against white people right now. And again,
by the way, they kind of uncovered that Carmelo Anthony had the whole thing about he wanted to just stab somebody. He wanted to shoot up the school. Like, he was a school shooter in waiting.
Yeah, it's so funny because, I personally, Carmelo Anthony was the typical, leftist racist. I'm confident in that. But I don't think he was racially motivated at the time. I think he just wanted to kill somebody.
He did. He said so. I think his former girlfriend and his other friends, they came out and said that. He would talk about just wanting to kill somebody. He wanted to specifically stab someone with a knife, which is why he had his. At a track meet.
All right. Hutzel, I know what you're saying. So highlight Hutzel real quick.
This one?
Yeah. I know it's just racism. You know it's just racism. This chat all knows it is just racism. The power plus prejudice argument holds no ground. It is just black people being racist against white people. But the thing is, you need to understand that you got to show it to normies as black racism, because they've been psyoped for years that the only people experiencing racism is black people. No, for the last, I would argue for the last 100 years, the most racist people, collectively, have been African Americans, and they hate white people because of envy and essentially the 7 deadly sins. And it really comes down to envy, and just teaching. They're just teaching each other, these racist values. You know.
And so, by the way, that the Dick Shirley thing passed. It's not just like a thing in the Congress anymore. It was signed into law by Gavin Newsom, so it's now legal to uncover fraud. It's illegal to uncover fraud now, which is insane. Let's see. If you didn't issue, thanks to the $5 super chat. Thank you very, very much.
Yes.
Well, Rumber Rant. I think what you can fit interest is it's like people forgot about Greater Polymorph. You could have Greater Polymorph. I think it's permanent, right? It's a high level spell for a reason. Let's see here. Thank you very much. And then also, Red Fox Media. Thanks for the $5 super chat. Thank you very much.
Yes.
It's a Charles Ingalls. A Little House is one of my favorite gentleman characters. Strong family man, and meek until toughness is required. Yeah. So this kind of what you usually have in traditional storytelling. You have these masculine characters who are not, this barbarian, I'm going to fight everyone, this insecure man type, I need to prove myself kind of thing. It's more like, I know how strong I am, and I don't really care about what you think. It's very casual, very laid back. That's what a gentleman is. He knows that he is strong and will step up when time is needed. But until then, he does not have to prove himself.
Someone is saying that I'm wrong. Stu is wrong. That's playing into their framing. Could you do me a favor? Galdiver... No, sorry. Who the fuck said that? Schwazoom? Could you explain that for me? Because I don't know what you're saying. What do you mean I'm playing into their framing? That's how the dominant argument is occurring right now. So I wouldn't know another strategy on how to explain it. Can you explain it better than I can, please?
Let's see. Okay, this is a Stu critical race theory. Oh, that thing. The key writing that formed the movement in the 90s, and it can easily be connected to the Reds. Yeah. Oh, usually. Let's see here, chat. All right. Well, let's check this out. So, anyway, slippers and swords.
The audience you're building for. Nobody here is interested in your agenda. There's no insult in that sentence. There is no claim that the critic is a bad person or wrong about art in general, or that they need to be silenced. And, more importantly, it is a statement of fact about product market fit, and it is the single most banal observation in commerce. It's like a family of 7 writing to Lamborghini to complain that they're not building cars for them. Well, yes, it's a sports car manufacturer. What did you expect? You're not the target audience, and they also probably don't care about your agenda of bigger, more family-friendly cars that fit 7 people. Those who make dark romance novels are emphatically not building for me, and I have never once written to them about it or made a massive video about how dark romance needs to be more inclusive of 22-year-old male gamers. And we can actually stay with romance for a minute because it's a very good example of how...
You see, this is a really good example of knowing your audience, because when they made, I think it was Assassin's Creed 3, they added in the ship thing, and everyone loved it. Where you had your own ship, you can customize it, you can add on to it, you can check it out, you can swap out guns and upgrade it and everything. It was awesome, and then you can sail it into battle. So what did they do? They made Assassin's Creed Black Flag, which is essentially all about having your own ship and upgrading it and customizing it. And people loved it. People loved that game mainly because of that, not only because of the Assassin's Creed stuff, but because you get to be a pirate and you get to be a guy that makes their own ship and hires their own crew and all that stuff. People liked it. So that was a big instance of we took in our audience feedback and they love this feature. So let's build a game that's all about this feature, or at least a big portion of the game is this feature. Mm-hmm. And then expand upon it. It's really good stuff. So this whole thing with Assassin's Creed Black Flag, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. They made it that way. Where it's like, okay, we're going to expand on it. We're going to make it a lot better because our fans love it. The audience loves it.
Because it's a very good example of how selectively this basic concept gets applied. Market segmentation is apparently a massive problem in gaming, but it's completely normal in most other fields of entertainment. Romance is the largest single genre.
Yeah, you can find sea shanties.
In fiction, and it is very, very profitable because it has never in its entire history apologized for what it is, which is mostly smut. Nobody at a romance imprint has ever convened a meeting about how to make the covers less cringe and less off-putting to male readers. No one has ever suggested that we need to tone down the fantasy that is specifically appealing to women, that we need to get rid of the minotaurs and the vampires and make the whole thing more interesting for men, or that we need to replace the female protagonist with a male one. They unapologetically serve their audience, and nobody considers that an issue, because it isn't an issue. The problem is the hypocrisy in throwing a temper tantrum when the equivalent happens in gaming. Which brings me to something worth bearing in mind in the culture war, especially on the right. It's not as though the wider audience doesn't exist. It does. It's certainly not the largest part of society, it's a small minority, but they do exist, and they're fairly wealthy because they tend to be upper middle class and childless, so they have a great deal of disposable income. The reason they never seem to materialize in gaming is that they're reading dark romance or 50 Shades or doing random overpriced bobo lifestyle stuff, that type of thing.
So this part was cool, right? You got to, in Assassin's Creed Black Flag, you got to just attack a ship, and then once you disable it, you jump up aboard their ship and swashbuckle your way to victory. It's pretty cool.
That's why hipster cafes or second-hand clothing shops and other such weird businesses in the gentrified parts of town oftentimes turn quite a decent profit. Yet that audience is not going to turn up for a new entry in Dragon Age or Assassin's Creed no matter how hard you pander to them, because they structurally do not play games like that. You will not reach them with an RPG or an action game or a shooter. So when Swords and Slippers, a character action game with a heavily stylized female cast, says you are not the audience you're building for, the only reason that reads as inflammatory is...
Orange Band says then they spent a decade making a crappy pirate game called Quadruple A. All they had to do was this, but make it more focused just on pirates and stuff instead of the Assassin's Creed lore. But yeah, I remember them coming out with a pirate game after this, and everyone hated it. I don't know what the hell happened with pirate games, but almost every single time they make a pirate game, everyone hates it. Except for this one. Except for Black Flag. Somehow this managed to beat the pirate game curse. And it was awesome.
That gaming, alone among entertainment industries, except for maybe movies, has spent about a decade pretending that audiences are one big, grey, amorphous blob. Market segmentation in gaming has simply been pathologized, declared wrong, problematic, forbidden to consider for even a moment, because that would be exclusionary and evil and about half a dozen isms. An indie team isn't confronted with any of that red tape or with any of these Denkverbote, as we'd say in German. They can look at their target audience objectively and
Steak for
work out
Borges.
whom they're actually making their game for. And they can say out loud that an
Rasmus
action
7 says the thing about fighting evil, you start fighting and start winning, evil resort to more and more underhand tactics. Yes, you know, they get cornered and everything. That's kind of, you see that in movies and TV shows as well. Let's see here. Angel's Advocate says it'd be cool if we could get One Piece game that plays similar to Black. That'd be kind of interesting. Like maybe not necessarily be Luffy, but like you can
Like
be
you
a
could be your own
character in
pirate,
the world. Yeah, it'd be kind of interesting. And then you get your own bounty. You know, get the Marines after you. That'd be kind of interesting. And let's see. Alex Halo, the truth is, Kingdom Hearts 3 had a fun pirate section. Did it? I haven't played Kingdom Hearts 3. I didn't hear much about it. I think I heard it was like generally good
Yeah.
for the most part.
fighting game with this art direction has an audience that skews young and male, which is roughly as controversial as saying Formula 1 viewership skews male or that romance readership skews female. And because Mass Creation can say that, they made a game that is very clearly resonating with the audience they made it for. The fact that it isn't resonating with millennial urbanite women is completely normal and completely fine. Sitting alone on a couch with a glass of wine watching 50 Shades of Grey doesn't resonate with me either. To each their own. Now, you might wonder why I immediately reached for romance novels instead of a video game when I claim the wider audience exists. It's because it is genuinely hard to find games that we'd colloquially call Vogue that were aggressively marketed as exactly that, and specifically to that sub-audience, and that actually did well. Baldur's Gate 3 or Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 don't count. Neither of them marketed itself primarily on that, and Warhorse was very busy keeping their, let's call them interesting, additions under wraps till the last possible moment. After a lot of thinking, I did come up with one example.
I missed what happened. What's going on?
It's just going over the whole thing of importance, how important it is to know your audience, and that just because you have to know that what story you're making, what audience you're attracting with your story, and it's you got to stop listening to people who are saying that it's offensive or something like this, because if they're offended by it, just don't read it. It's like that kind of thing. Where again, like yesterday, I think it was yesterday or day before, or last week or something like that, we talked about the Postal 2 thing, where they were saying that, or I think it was yesterday actually, where some guy was offended by Postal 2 being so offensive because it had like anti-Muslim stuff in it. It had Muslim terrorists and everything in it. It's like I thought it's like a huge thing about Postal series. It's like the Muslim Islamic terrorist stuff, as well as like the redneck stuff. It's like it makes fun of everybody. And see, Pirates of the Caribbean. Let's see, Pirates of the Caribbean part, I assume, is what they meant. And see.
2015, a French studio called Don't Nod was trying to find a publisher for an episodic adventure game about two teenage girls in the Pacific Northwest. That game would go on to become Life is Strange. Publisher after publisher, they claim, told them the same thing. Change the leads, make them male, because a game with teenage girl protagonists will not sell. Now, I'm not certain how much truth there is to that. The source is Don't Nod's own creative director, Jean-Maxime Maurice, so this could have been some self-mythologizing. Either way, Square Enix took the game as it was, and it sold over 3 million copies. Now, the game was pretty bad. The dialogue is embarrassing, which is unsurprising. What do you expect from a team of adult French developers trying to write American teenagers?
That explains a lot.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, it was a bunch of adult Frenchmen, just writing teenagers. It was kind of insane, but I remember that being a topic they dragged into that case. Jade Vogue says, LD, have you seen the art that's been popping up on X of transgender Peter Parker, who's renamed himself? Oh yes, I have. But I didn't know that was a transgender version. I thought that was like Spider, like from another Spider universe.
Yeah, no, it's all over Blue Sky. I only go on Blue Sky once in a while because I was checking out the little Karibo thing you told me about.
Oh, yeah.
And it's everywhere on Blue Sky right now. Dude, they are like fucking delusional over there. They are.
I just thought that was like a gender flip thing.
It wasn't gender flipped. It's supposed to be a trans thing.
Not everything has to be trans. See, it's been getting very annoying and even popping up on YouTube. Really, I did see it, but I didn't know it was a trans thing. I thought it was just like, oh, this is a girl Peter Parker.
You know what?
Well, I guess You know.
People would be okay with Petra Parker, but no, they specifically have to make it trans, and they have to make it weird, because it's not just that Petra Parker is like girl Peter Parker or trans Peter Parker. It's on top of that too, like they're saying, oh, since female spiders are bigger, Petra Parker is actually really tall and like really muscular, and like, and they just have these like
Jacked
weird,
and stuff.
yeah, like they have like these weird demands that they want of like Petra Parker, and it's really uncomfortable and bizarre. No one likes. Well, that's not true. A lot of people like it, but I don't like it.
And see. All right, Chad, let's go to this video here. Here's the one that we started yesterday, but we didn't finish because of the audio issues. But here we go. It's called "Yeah, Women Aren't My Favorite Men," and the thumbnail says that masculinity is gentle. Now, according to what we have seen in the video so far, I can safely say that it really seems like the person is skewed by the modern media depiction of masculinity, which is like, you know, the Manitors from Gravity Falls, are those armhead guys from Rick and Morty. Like, they're always aggro 24/7. Like, if you're not angry and jacked, then you are not a man or something like that. And the thing is, it's like that's like the manosphere version of masculinity. But Grunkle Stan knows exactly what masculinity is. Like, hey, you stood up for what you believe in, despite the fact that a lot of people stood against you. That's pretty masculine. That's pretty masculine, and he's right. That's what it is. It's having that strength to hold on to your beliefs, you know, even in the face of everyone telling you that you're wrong. That takes courage and backbone. And also, you have to know that you can be wrong, and if you are, you shouldn't just hold on to things blindly. If you are, if you see like a better way, or if you're proven wrong, then you should, you know, reassess. But if you have no reason to believe that you're wrong, and you kind of hold tight to your beliefs, and even against overwhelming opposition, that's pretty manly. That's pretty masculine. So, so far, that's kind of what it seems like. That they have been, their vision of masculinity, what that is warped into what the modern day media has been portraying as what a masculine man is, which is the toxic masculinity thing. So, but yeah, I've been pointing out the reason why I liked Laios, the reason why I liked Himmel, is because they were like this. They were strong. They were cool guys who were also strong and competent when it came down to battle. Like, Laios is not an idiot. Like, he's not from the West. He's not one of these Western dudes who's like, oh my goodness, I can't do anything, I'm retarded.
I don't think he says that.
Yeah, he doesn't. That's why I like him. So,
that's funny.
Like, in the West, it'd be like, you know, the new Golden Axe thing. It's like they have the promo picture is the girl carrying the scared barbarian because, haha, girl boss, and that's funny. But Laios doesn't do that. Like, Laios is cool. He's like kind of laid back. He's friendly. But when it comes down to fighting, he's actually pretty good at battling.
Once upon a time, the scared barbarian was funny, and now it's run its course, and it's annoying, and nobody likes it because everybody knows why you're doing it, you know?
Yeah. And the thing is, the whole idea of the dumb barbarian is just that's a hack move, and it's not really how it ever was, because obviously the template for the barbarian is Conan, and Conan is actually pretty smart in the books. He is really, in fact, that's how he survived so long, because not only is he strong, he's intelligent, very intelligent, horny, but also very intelligent and strong.
Yeah.
like you know, the stew of Pulp Fiction. But
yeah, you got it. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not gonna fight that at all. Yeah, everything you said is correct. Like, big dumb man. I want to save girl. I want to get girl. Like that's awesome shit. I want to be this. Like, I don't need to be the strongest or the smartest guy in the room, but I gotta be like competent and like good enough, and like just respected enough that, like, you know, I'm a figure on the board. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's see. Other one says, I used to promote on Blue Sky. Then I thought about it and realized I don't want that audience. Blue Sky has run into a lot of issues. And check it out.
Feels like it's in a bit of a modern renaissance. Free Reign Beyond Journey's End is widely...
But Free Reign is awesome. Delicious in Dungeon is also awesome. So these are correct. Yes.
Considered nothing short of a modern classic. Dungeon Meshi is one of the most subversively well-crafted worlds and casts in fiction, and Witch Hat Atelier's first season just finished airing to some serious acclaim.
Yeah, what's weird is you wouldn't think that a show called The Delicious in Dungeon, where they just go into a dungeon and start eating monsters, would have a very good, lore, like a very good connected lore and deep mythology and stuff like that. But it does.
Oh yeah, no, it fucks real hard. Like
It's very impressive.
and not
It's
only
very
that,
impressive.
like the girls are like it really does hit everything too, because like it does have some spicier moments where they show some TNA, but not like too much that it becomes distasteful. You know, like everyone's cute, everyone's appealing, everyone's like competent, you know? Everyone's just kind of fucking normal. Like everyone's I feel like watching that show, I'm looking at other entrepreneurs, you know? Because
Exactly.
they're dungeon divers, they're go-getters, they're hustlers, you know?
That's what they do. Yeah. What else was it? Yeah. So like in there, in Delicious in Dungeon, it's not just like Laios is the butt of every joke. Right? It gets spread around to everybody. Like they get a little bit of Laios gets it. Marcel gets a lot of it. Usually it's Laios and Marcel who get a lot of the jokes at their expense. Sometimes it's Senshi, and sometimes it's Chilchuck. But usually it's Laios and Marcel. Like Laios is like he's like says something stupid and like Laios, that's crazy. What do you want to eat? Leather and armor and crap. That's crazy. And then they'll find some new monster to eat, and it's always Marcel going, "I don't want to eat that." So those are big parts of the series. And in the West, it would just be Laios is the big dumb idiot who can't fight and is just there for comic relief.
Yeah,
And Chilchuck is black. I don't know.
Chilchuck would be black, and and like part of his character journey would be about how hard it is to be black too.
Yeah,
Or how hard.
not a like half whatever he is, like I forgot what race he is. Like he's like a Ray or something like that, but not like that. But how hard is it being a black Ray?
Yeah, it'd be really annoying and uncomfortable, and no one wants to see or hear that, man. Like, just fuck off. Like,
Yeah, the whole thing with Freerun is it's about immortality, not necessarily about races and stuff. So it's about time and learning to appreciate what you have because it'll be gone one day, especially in Freerun's perspective. And so,
it's about higher level thinking and achieving and winning. You know, there's a sense of glory for it. Like everyone's out for not necessarily themselves, but like everyone's out to be somebody. You know.
yeah. By the way, Kid Nuts says, LDN, what's your opinion on this claim? The knight is just a civilized barbarian, source I made up. Yeah, the knight should be a barbarian, but a controlled barbarian. Exactly.
A real dark horse breakout hit to people that might have been sleeping on the manga. And what do these series and other 2026 fantasy standouts all have in common? Well, they're all written, or co-written in Freerun's case, by women. Listen, I don't think there's anything inherently valuable about what gender writes a story. I really don't. There's a full range of fantastic and awful stories written by any and all gender and identity. But I also think that since inception, mainstream fantasy and anime both historically have been a bit male-centric. And I don't think it's a coincidence that these women-helmed fantasy series feel so refreshing, striking similar chords, tackling universal themes, exploring complex emotions, and being more interested with subverting and deconstructing typical high fantasy tropes than playing them straight for the 100th time. On this channel, I've talked a lot about the fantasy.
What do you mean? Like that's like every isekai. They're always like they play off like a meta story that they're all of them have subverted. Like, oh yeah, I've got to slay the Demon King, and it's like, okay, that's standard mission for an isekai guy. Let's go slay the Demon King. But then the Demon King happens to be like a really attractive demon or something like that. They marry the Demon King, or the Demon King is the good guy, or something like that. That's like every isekai. I haven't seen it played straight before in modern day isekai.
Fantastic female character.
Hold on. I don't think that's what he's trying to say. I think like it's important that I don't know. It's important like even if you want to make a girl fantasy, you gotta keep it like you gotta keep the best elements of fantasy. And no one like Delicious in Dungeon
is a fantasy that anyone can appreciate because it has all the best elements of fantasy in it. It has elements of it's not racism, but it's different lifespans and the nature of magic and like how that world can exist. Like it's got like a lot of legitimate world building elements in it that guys would appreciate. But also it's got a woman's touch. Like an unskilled guy and an unskilled girl, like writer, both have unique problems that are almost exclusively gender specific. When a guy first starts writing his anime, like he's like, oh yeah, so my guy's like the strongest ever, and he's really cool, and he's got like a
battle this
slash
thing.
Yeah, he's got a slashed eye, and these girls have these crushes on him, and like so like it's very like they'll create a Gary Stu, they'll create they'll create a super strong guy. And it's really amateurish. A first-time writer that's a girl will do the exact same thing, but with their self-insert. They're Sally Every Girl.
Yeah, the guy will write like a super strong guy. The girl will write will write a woman that everyone wants to get. So she'll have like infinite attention, while the guy will have infinite strength.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They make very gendered mistakes. But once they become a good writer and they acknowledge, okay, this was amateurish, and now here's something excellent, just with my gender's touch, then you've got something special. Like if I wrote a slice of life, I bet it would actually be pretty good, but no girl could ever write a slice of life like I could. And I couldn't write a slice of life like a girl could, because we would each prioritize different elements that we see and accentuate within the work.
One might just accentuate like this interesting romance and world, and Stu will accentuate threesomes.
Like a little bit. Like, okay, no, actually, yes. You give a guy a challenge to write a romantic threesome, and if you give a girl a challenge to write a romantic threesome, you're going to get two very different experiences.
Yeah, very likely.
Yeah, but like they'll both do their best, but each of those writers is going to write a wildly different perspective, because they are writing either what they think is hot or what they think the other gender thinks is hot.
Yes. Yeah, very likely. It's very interesting to see like a woman trying to write for men, and some women could do it if they're being honest about your writing. Some are like, I hate men, but I want to, or they have a skewed vision, and so they write stuff that they think men would want, and so they just kind of like write female protagonists. They're like basically naked with gigantic boobs and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but it's like not in a way that men kind of like.
Yeah, or I think my best is when growing up, Harry Potter's perspective on his crushes with the various girls in his life. Like
because J.K. Rowling writing it.
Yeah, you got it close. And as a teenage boy growing up, I kind of felt like that. It was close, but I could even tell while reading it, a guy did not write this. A girl wrote this. She got it close. Yeah, that's how I feel. That's how I felt like, his jealousy over watching someone ask out Cho Chang. Like, he got like this really weird jealous feeling that I totally understood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And see, Alexander Tus is Digimon actually has 7 demon lords for each sin. I remember that. They had that Myotismon, which was the leader of those guys. What these like
Gluttony?
No, actually Myotismon was something else. He was like the demon beast where that that 666 was made for, or something like that. But then it's also like the demon lords or whatever, or the evil lords that was led by Piedmon, who was like a clown.
Bro, I don't know. I like it's I struggle with Digimon lore because the lore from the anime is not at all what the lore for the actual monsters is, like in the Digimon setting. Like in the actual setting that is the digital world that the main like Digimon kind of canon takes place in, it's nothing like the anime. It's so weird. Sorry.
Let's see. All right, got that to go. Let's go.
That make these shows work. I have videos on Marcel, Mau Mau, Coco, Agat, Fallon, Maki. She doesn't even go here. And I plan on making even more videos about this series.
I'm pretty sure, like, the ones I do know that roster are pretty good characters, including Mau Mau.
Casts because there's just so many fantastic characters and stories. Oh no, my steak too juicy and lobster too buttery. The women of these shows are written with such
Send this back. My lobster is too buttery. My steak is too juicy. My ice is too cold.
care and empathy that it's hard not to root for them. And they balance that emotional core with such chaotic goblin silliness that it's hard not to see why some of the most popular in these series are the girls. But I actually don't think the feminine touch of these creators ends at the women in the cast, because I don't think the most telling character writing of these women-helmed stories.
All the men that they have like the two kind of men is usually, but here it's like they're all soft. Like a lot of them, Freeman especially, they're all soft. Like Laios is very soft.
Yeah.
Senshi is very soft. Like it's positive men. Like they're really good guys. I like all the characters, but they're written without testosterone. Like feeling the character.
Yeah, it's definitely like, all right, a woman has never felt the rage that a guy feels.
There's not that much testosterone.
There like women rage and male rage are two different experiences. Because girls kind of like lash out, and guys have very targeted rage.
And it burns hot usually.
It's hot. Yeah, you're right. It's really hot. It's like yeah. Sorry, no, you really nailed it.
Let's see. Dennis Ball says, my oldest mon was originally named Vamdemon. Don't know why they changed it. Vampire Demon. Oh, the Vampire Demon. I guess it was too on the nose. He's a vampire demon. We should call him, I don't know, Vamdemon. Demon sounds pretty bad. I mean, but it sounds pretty on the nose. Like, it sounds really funny. Like, they didn't really have any idea what to name him. So I don't know, Vampire Demon. Vamdemon. It's kind of like, you ever seen Righteous Gemstones? And Baby Billy wants to write like this religious TV show about teen Jesus. And it didn't really work until he called the show Teen Jesus. It's like that. Let's see. Alex Halix says there is actually 3 different digital worlds in lore. 3? I know that. In fact, they couldn't decide on what kind of lore they would be, so they made 3 worlds to fit all of it into. Anyway.
Stories is the presentation of the female characters at all, but the men. The male characters of these series aren't what you typically...
But that's kind of like normal for it's not really a bad thing. It's just kind of what women do when they write men. They write them without testosterone. So probably the biggest example we should go over is The Notebook, where there's a moment where the main character rediscovers her old love and finds out that he never stopped caring for her. He wrote her a bunch of letters, and the mom just kind of hid them away because the guy was poor, and she can't have her daughter marrying some poor guy who is under 6 foot and has no 6-pack. And so and she rediscovers, like, oh my goodness, you actually still love me, and they reconnect. However, she's already engaged in a guy named Lon. However, she still goes to see him anyway. They sleep together, and then she goes back to Lon saying, "Hey, Lon, I know we're engaged and like we're about to be married and stuff, but I want to go with this guy." And then instead of Lon going, "Well, I'm going to kill him," and how dare you betray me? He goes, "Oh, that's cool. That's fine. Whatever you want, as long as you're happy. I'll break up the engagement tomorrow." That's like the fantasy, right? There's like, he'll be cool with it, but any self-respecting man with testosterone would not be cool with that.
at the very least, it's like, no, you deserve, like, even if like that's the case, like, I don't know. If I was in a committed relationship and then I discovered Alex, would I give up that relationship for Alex? That's a hard question, because like in the moment, That's a really terrible thing to do. But like, if me with Alex is the best version of me that I think could possibly exist. So like, I'm kind of doing the world a favor if you think about it. But like, also, that's a shitty thing to do. It would depend on a lot of factors, which is why, like, I personally think media is almost fine right now. The only really damaging thing that I think media is pushing is this idea that everyone should stay single. Until, like, I think that's really toxic, because the only thing worth becoming in life is a good partner. And I do mean like spouse, like whatever. No human can like solo the life, like that's not possible. Especially now, and it's always been that way, no one can do everything alone. Even if they do, like, they're working all the time, or they're
nonstop,
or they're just truly exceptional people, and they're like the 1% of the 1%. You know what I mean? Like, most people cannot handle that. I definitely couldn't handle being alone. I think media needs to go back to, no, everyone needs to romance. And not only does everyone need to romance, they really need to work on their relationship. And I think that, like, more relationships need to be not only the will they, won't they, like that exciting chase, but the building up to a healthy marriage. I think that needs to happen way more. One of the reasons I really liked Sokka and Suki's relationship is, like, they kind of made it work,
Yeah, they did. It was pretty all right.
It was a pretty cute teen romance. Mai and Azula too. Like, it wasn't a will they, won't they. It was a will they work out, won't they work out. And that's why it's so insulting when Mai breaks
Zuko
up
and Azula?
Yeah.
I mean Zuko and Mai.
What did I say?
Oh
yeah,
Azula
Zuko
and
Mai. That's what I meant. Yeah, no, you know what I meant. The straight one. Like, it's really insulting that the comic books just have them break up like that, because that's totally out of character for both of them.
I do have a video on some guy kind of venting over how much he hates the Avatar comics, which I find pretty based.
Yeah.
He calls them fan fiction, which they pretty much are. This fan fiction. It's
really insulting fan fiction too.
By the way, Connor Ketchel thinks of the $1 Rumble says, I wonder what this guy's opinion on jobless reincarnation is. Oh yeah, that's another big one. That's a topic right now, because the guy who wrote Jobless Reincarnation was being like brigaded by a bunch of people on social media into like complying with wokeness, and he's like, no, I'm not going to listen to you. I'm going to do whatever I want.
Based.
Same thing with the postal guys and the swords and slippers people, like, but they're all like, no, I'm not going to listen to you. And if you have any kind of IQ, then you know that's the correct way to go, because anyone who ever listens to these woke weirdos has always had their thing drop in popularity and income. It's just a negative factor. Takamek says, I love digital monsters. A dog turns into a cat turns into a baddie, and then it turns into a weird dragon refrigerator thing. It can turn like a gigantic gun or something.
Typically defined as masculine, and they're rare.
Yeah, the comics, Sokka is just like unattached and dies alone, I think. Childless and dies alone. Despite the fact that he was a real player in the original series, Sokka becomes, I guess, a loser and just kind of like has no kids.
He wasn't a player, actually. He just wanted a relationship. I think he would have stayed with Princess Yue if he could. I don't think he was trying to like pump and dump her. I think he genuinely liked her,
She just happened to turn to the moon.
She turned into the fucking moon. What are you gonna do about that? It's like, damn, bro. Oh, sorry, you and the princess didn't work out. Damn.
That's rough. That's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy. Like, that shit was like, I don't blame Sokka for trying to find another girlfriend after the fucking princess turned into the moon. Damn, bro. Like,
some women just ghost him. She turned to the moon.
Yeah, and then he found Suki, a girl that taught him that girls can be tough, and he respects her and he likes her and they're friends. Like, I felt like they were pretty good,
Yeah. Let's see.
Rarely even what you define as heroic. They're not typical anime characters or traditional fantasy tropes, or even any sort of Western action hero. There's something a little bit different, blurring genre conventions, but coming out on the other side with something that just feels natural for the stories and worlds they inhabit. And maybe most importantly is that there's a very tangible through line of kindness and empathy, where
Fallon is a lot of fun. So is Marcel. I do like them both. I like all the characters in Delicious in Dungeon. They're all a lot of fun and very unique in personality. So yeah, it's pretty good. It's like, oh, a woman made them. Like, no, they're pretty good. Like, so are all the characters in Frieren, but they're both relatively gentle, even when they're battling things. It's all relatively gentle, and it's not, there's no, you don't get the same rush you get in like a shonen, for example.
Yeah.
It's even when they battle, it's relatively like just cool and gentle and kind of like this. We're here for the story, not necessarily for the battles, and that's kind of what happens. Like like the Frieren versus Ara the Guillotine is kind of like she shows up and then battles for a little bit and then wins and gets her to kill herself.
masculinity for these characters isn't just written as strong, as manly, but as compassionate, vulnerable, and sometimes deeply flawed. And today, I'd like to talk.
I'm sorry. He sounds like he's trying to seduce me, and I don't like it.
Is it working?
Not a little bit. He's got very dulcet tones.
Let's see. But yeah, so the thing is, masculinity is supposed to be all those things. That's what masculinity has always been. Like, it's not just about this being aggro, which is how masculinity is being portrayed today. It's kind of why I want to watch this video. Real masculinity, traditional masculinity, is gentle. It is somewhat vulnerable. It's all of those things put together. It's just that the main idea here is that when it comes time to act, you act, even if you're afraid, and you kind of stand your ground even when it's terrifying. Those are the main things. This doesn't necessarily mean you have to be inhuman.
Yeah,
that seems to be the way that masculinity is portrayed today. That the guy is just a robot. And closed off completely emotionally. Like, the way they portray masculinity is like you either have emotions or you're masculine. You can't have both.
Yeah.
You like every single masculine guy they have today in the West is like emotionally closed off and doesn't feel anything.
They don't seem to understand that good habits beget good habits, because to them, like, a good person is like temporary, or it's always Faustian. There's never just a pure good person in their mind. They can't comprehend it.
And they said as much. That's why they don't like Superman. That's why they don't like Batman. They don't like heroes. That's why they kind of relate themselves to villains. And it's like, it's a personal thing, really, but they politicize it by saying, oh, it's like the villains are like queer coded, and because they stand against like the good guy, they stand against the super cops and all that stuff. So yeah, it's not enough that they kind of relate to villains and want to be villains and want to be evil without the tag of being evil. They have to say, oh, it's the queer experience.
Yeah, if that's your experience, I don't think I like you. It's like like we both really like Digital Circus until the last episode.
Until the very last episode, yeah.
It felt like it comes off like Goose is like an aggressive misogynist. Like, I feel like Goose is just a bad person. Like, and I don't want to think that. But man, they like just the way that they've talked online versus how they they treat their characters and their self-insert, and like this seems to be like a trans misogynist,
Well, here's the thing, though. I heard EVS say this really well, because he was critiquing Vito, and Vito's like, I am a misogynist, I hate women, all that stuff, during the breakup of Biggest Problem Universe, and he kind of spelled out correctly that a man should not be a misogynist. He should be a chauvinist, not a misogynist.
What's a chauvinist again?
You treat women like ladies and everything. Like, you don't see them as men. You say, oh, you need help because you're a woman, and therefore I have I'm stronger than you. I can help you out in XYZ ways. So whenever like a man opens a door for a woman, or just knows that her capabilities are going to be different than his, that's chauvinism or treat as chauvinism. So you kind of want to be it's okay to be a chauvinist, just don't be a misogynist.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. So it basically, the way that a chauvinist is portrayed today is that you are a man that acknowledges the difference between men and women, and that's bad. Yeah, so a chauvinist is someone who treats women like a princess just because he sincerely feels it's the right thing to do. Yeah, because like when a man does the chivalry thing, like, hello, my lady, let me help you out here, let me open the door for you, let me pull out the chair. Ah, chauvinist. That's kind of usually where that term gets thrown around, is when that happens.
Yeah, I
So
agree. Okay,
you want to be
I
a
understand.
chauvinist?
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, no, I'm definitely a chauvinist then, because you know how I know this? You know how I know chauvinism is like the right way to be? Because I work with girls all the time, and they're like, "Oh, thank God you act like you do," because like I just take the hard tasks away from them. You know?
Yeah. That's what every man wants to do. That every man wants to be like, okay, let me go ahead and carry these groceries for you. Let me open the door for you. Most good men want to do that, but all these good men have been chastised and called male chauvinists whenever they try. So chivalry is dead because all the men trying to be chivalrous were chastised for being chivalrous. Anyway.
About it. I'm Dom, and this is how modern fantasy rewrites masculinity. Masculinity in fiction is something we understand before we even really know why we understand it.
The usual video essay voice, which I don't think I use. I think I use a different voice for my video essay.
You got way different vibes, bro. Like this guy is like actually kind of making me uncomfortable. I like, oh, okay, sorry. I got cornered by a zombie. Anyway,
like in real life.
No, I'm Resident Eviling while we're doing this, and yeah, it's on me.
Let's see. Oh, by the way, chat, if we do reach $132 today, we will unlock an extra video, because that means we got $100 today in this stream, and we'll unlock one extra video. I have several. I have at least two, we'll say, and so we'll get extra videos. Absolutely. We have more stuff. It'd be pretty cool, pretty fun. I have more on... See, I want to make the extra videos more on nerdy topics. Like, the extra video might be on Warhammer, or the extra video might be on D&D, or the extra video might be on WoW, which is usually the case these days. So that's going to be this criteria for extra videos. It's going to be nerdy topics. Like, instead of like this culture or writing, it's going to be, oh, let's talk about D&D or something. So those are going to be extra videos.
Superheroes and soldiers, impossibly muscled physiques, brooding bat suits, bald action heroes, dapper spies, smooth-talking rogues. Throughout all of pop culture, the mold of a male lead has been more or less the same for ages. I mean, that's why a guy that looks like this can be slotted into every male character in Hollywood blockbusters without anyone batting an eye. We just understand that this is what a hero is. This is what masculinity is. But like, is it though? Anime has always had a bit more nuance to their male leads, and honestly, I feel
because they tend to like get different aspects of the male character, add in different things. However, it's also the paint him up as the believe it, go get him. Ever optimistic main character kind of thing.
Yeah.
And see.
It's also like I don't like how he's saying it. Like, again, he's treating it as if guys treat masculinity that way instead of how over the top Western media portrays it. You know, like if you look at if you look at the media that guys universally love, we love like Lord of the Rings, you know, and Lord of the Rings
conquest. We want to fight enemies. And
we want to fight enemies. We want to feel like a hero. Like that's masculinity. That's universally accepted and great masculinity. And anything Hollywood produces isn't matching those values. And so it's created this false impression that we value toxic masculinity or whatever fucking magic words they want to use. They think we're the toxic males when in actuality we all want to be like chivalrous paladins.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, that's supported by Baldur's Gate 3. Remember when that came out? Everyone made a paladin.
Yeah, everyone wants to be a well-liked, polite hero, and those that don't, nobody likes those people. You know?
Yeah, I know. My first character on Baldur's Gate 3 was a paladin.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that everyone was making a paladin. I just did naturally. Because I didn't just want to be a hero, Stu. I wanted to be the hero. I wanted to be like this paladin, righteous and with a blade that smites the dark. I
Like
want to be that guy.
I want to be in my fantasy. Like if I'm like imagining what my ideal life is, I am the nicest, most polite, most handsome fella in the room with some principles. You know,
Exactly.
I don't need to be a faggot, you know, but like I need to be nice. You know, there's a difference between like this prostrating piece of, you know,
I'm
like,
sorry for
like
being male kind of thing.
Yeah, there's a difference between that and someone who understands you're right. I am a powerful man. I should be understanding of your feelings, but please know that I am this way because it is best for everybody kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, and he'd be righteous and good and powerful enough that the women flock to you, and just because the famous interpretation is, the men just want to be strong and powerful so they can like rape women, and that's kind of the whole thing with the he slays a dragon, so she's owed him, like she's owed to him, which really. In reality, it's he slays the dragon, and why wouldn't you marry this guy?
Yeah, like she wants to. That's the hot part, you know? Like, no, she's into it because why wouldn't you're right, why wouldn't she be? Like, if I was a girl, I'd want the strongest guy to be my husband, you know?
Yeah, because not only did he kill the dragon, he went through a hero's journey just to save her. Like ideally the story would be starts with a farm boy, he knows the princess, maybe has been friends with her or something like that, and then he goes through this arduous journey of pain and conflict and facing down his own flaws and his own darkness, his inner demons, conquering that darkness and going through trials and tribulations, going through a training and experiencing loss and pain, and then growing into the hero that he is by going through a final test, which is usually slaying the dragon, and then he kills the dragon and does all of this just to save the princess.
Yeah, like,
and then he kills the dragon. So he's strong. He did all of this just for her sake because he's that passionate about her, and he's also strong enough to kill the dragon. And why wouldn't you marry that guy?
You ever have like you just we both know what it's like to be guys, and we want to be the coolest guy. In your fantasy, do you ever get like shot in the shoulder, but you shrug it off?
Yeah, that's like step one.
Yeah, like you got to take a shot to the shoulder, you know? Like I tell people all the time, like there are two ways, like men will accept dying in one of two ways. One, getting a blowjob so good that they just nut into the afterlife, right? That's like one of the fantasies. That's a good one. The other most like awesome masculine way to die is that you're on a hill. You're at the top of a hill. You've got 2 machine guns and you're shooting thousands of guys running up that hill trying to get you. Meanwhile, like Journey's Separate Ways are playing and your family's flying away in a helicopter and they see you like bam, 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 just getting like shot at by 1,000 dudes and you're holding them off and you're doing it. You don't kill all of them, but you make a dent. You know what I mean? That's a good that's a good way to die.
What was it? Was it Miami Vice or something like that? It was like, or there's like a show where the main character every episode would fight some guy, and every episode he gets shot in the shoulder, like at least once.
Of course, of course.
Well, that fantasy has been expanded to John Wick, who gets thrown off buildings and crap, and that's way better.
Like getting thrown off a building is actually pretty cool. I think
and surviving, get hit by cars and stuff.
Yeah, but like bullet to the head will kill you. Like I'm not fucking stupid. I'm not imagining that I'm gonna shrug off a bullet to the head. But I
probably wouldn't even want to.
Yeah, it'd probably really hurt. Like, but a bullet to the shoulder, that's okay.
There's one protagonist that famously shrugged off the bullet to the head, and that was the bride from Kill Bill.
Yeah,
although it took her a while, but she got over it. And then for instance, Elliot not hitting life button. I went in, I turned off the ads. By the way, turns out that the ads were on and the frequency was medium. So there's an even more frequent version of receiving ads on the stream, apparently. So the ads are now switched off though. So there you go.
Like maybe that's in part why it always resonated with me a bit more as a kid than the usual Western Saturday morning cartoons and superhero and action movies. Even going back to the earliest anime I'd watched, like Dragon Ball Z, Inuyasha, and Ghibli films, you had men that weren't afraid to be vulnerable, to be silly, to show them.
Yeah, there's Iroh. I mean, there's a lot of male characters that are like this is good. Like this one is good, right? Like it's raining, and like it's not raining, but like this is so good. This is how masculine men should be. Like sometimes they can express emotions, but they'll try to be restrained about it even then to maintain some decorum. But this was a really good part in I think Fullmetal Alchemist, where it's like it must be the rain. It's like it's not raining. Yes, it is. Like it's raining.
Yeah.
And you just give it to him. Like it's okay. Yeah, it's raining. It's good stuff. And it's like there's even like that moment in Conan the Barbarian. I think it's the first or second one where it's like he's Sumerian. He cannot cry, so I cry for him. So Conan is still technically crying. It's just that it's like super awesome masculine crying.
Yeah, exactly.
You have your bro cry for you.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is.
Really good bro move.
Emotion, to love deeply, to be disappointed when they had to resort to violence.
Look, all men will just flock to Dragon Ball Z. However, there's a lot of emotions in Dragon Ball Z, even from Vegeta. Who's like the most like just in your face masculine guy, like just I'm trying to beat Kakarot again. He's the most probably the most emotionally closed off guy, but even he has moments of emotion. Like he cries sometimes, he gets frustrated sometimes. Why so many men kind of relate to Vegeta more than they relate to Goku?
The thing is too, like Vegeta cries because he's mad at himself.
Yeah, he's like, all right, why can't I beat Kakarot? He's more mad at himself than Goku.
Yeah, and like he faces that anger inward instead of like letting it be envious. He treats his insecurity as a means of growth instead of like something that holds him back and just sitting there and being a jealous little bitch. He's not a whiny bitch, like he cries, but it's not whiny.
Yeah, it's masculine, strong crying. And so it's like, there's a difference between did you do this at a place of strength or did you do this at a place of weakness? And Vegeta cries from a place of strength. Like he is insanely strong, but his frustration is due to his perfectionism. Like he can't achieve this one. It's like the same thing that Kaiba does. Kaiba never cries. So, but then he's just playing card games. But Vegeta's like, Vegeta deserves. It's kind of like I give you give some passes sometimes. Like Vegeta is one guy you give a pass to. Like he deserves his frustrations, and the other guy is definitely hands down Subaru from ReZero. That guy deserves. That guy is like a.
You cry in your girl's lap. They're happy to have you, and you can have it, man. You're good.
That guy deserves it. I mean, he's like, but he also still tries to be, maintain some decorum. Where he's like, can you Amelia, can you look away? I want to cry now.
He's crying because he can't achieve LD stew. They have pills for that now. Shut the fuck up.
They have pills. Let's see.
I got jump scared. It's like the girliest. I don't know what.
Speaking of masculinity.
Speaking of masculinity, did you guys hear my mascot? Actually, I got jump scared earlier. I don't know if it came through on the mic, but like it did have. Like I opened a door and a fucking zombie popped out, and I was like, "Fuck! God damn it!"
You asshole zombie. Like, you should when they have this jump scare, I get angry at the thing. Like, fuck you.
I usually do. I'm surprised, so I yelp, and I don't like. I am just unfortunately one of those people that do not have manly yelps.
Let's see. Spaceship Vampires, masculine crying is when you stare pensively with tears. Yeah, you stare like stoically, but your tears roll anyway. That's actually a trope.
You
stoic
can't
crying.
Your emotions are so tense you can't hold back. I'm sorry, but
that's what it was. It was what a terrible day for rain. That's a really good moment.
I'm not gonna let it get the best of me, but damn it, I can't hold back. I'm not made of stone,
It's like Kelso from Scrubs, where he's like, yes, my dog Baxter passed away recently. I dealt it with it emotionally, but I can't stop crying. So can you please deal with everyone today?
Yeah, this is a polite request. And that's one of Kelso's best episodes too. I love him so much.
It's really good because I think they eventually get him a new dog because he couldn't stop crying. So eventually he dehydrated himself to stop it. So it's like he was like, no, I'm not gonna cry anymore. I'm gonna dehydrate myself. It's like, see, Doctor something here says it'd be fine. Because there's no one there. I'm gonna need an IV.
What a great episode. I love Scrubs.
It's a really good show. Storm Shadow says ReZero Subaru is someone who might possibly live the most anguish-filled existence I've seen. Yeah, he does. Like seriously, like emotionally, physically, like on every level, it's horrific. Seriously, the numerous gruesome ways in which Subaru dies over and over, stomach, like he gets eaten by little rabbits at one point. Like that must be like terrifyingly, insanely painful to die to. Just get eaten alive by tiny little rabbits.
Yeah.
And embarrassing. Storm Shadow says, I would not want to live a Subaru even for 5 minutes. Yeah, it sucks. Like, it gets torn to pieces. It gets decapitated. It gets chopped in half, devoured alive. Like, it's all kinds of things happen to Subaru.
Capable of talking a villain down from their impossible ledge.
Like he sees he sees Rem getting slowly killed off. Like she gets her arms and limbs twisted and then her head twisted around. So that's been rough also.
But
Rem tortured to death. Subaru most affected.
Despite that, I think the men in anime have kind of regressed lately. I don't really watch much isekai.
There is a special type of pain that I think men feel watching their like one or two true love die. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What's it called? Gladiator is all about that. I mean, he didn't watch her die, but it's like I am the husband of a murdered wife, father to murdered children, and it's like that's a really awesome speech that he gives.
There was like one of the lines I remember the Emperor that made me want to kill him so bad was, I heard your son screamed like a girl and your wife moaned a whore, and I'm like, I'll kill you.
Like she moaned like a whore when my men ravaged her again and again and again. So not only did they kill her, they raped her and then killed her.
Yeah, I would kill you where you stood if you said that to me.
I will have my vengeance in this life or the next. It's so good. It's a masculine story. You want to see a masculine story? It's Gladiator.
Yeah,
because his story is basically this Frank Castle story, and he doesn't really care who he has to topple. It could be a mafia don. It could be the Emperor of Rome. It doesn't matter. You don't mess with the man's family. It's a bad idea. And also, this is Tsukasa, which is interesting. I'm glad that the Wokies have not found Tsukasa yet, because I really like Dot Hack Sign.
Oh,
but Tsukasa would be like, oh, it's trans character.
You know they would. You know they would, because like at the time, Tsukasa I think became a lesbian with what's her name?
With the Subaru.
Yeah,
oddly enough.
And the thing is, Subaru wanted a guy, but just kind of ended up with a girl. And that's really sad too, because it's like also implied that like she went through some bullshit in that game too, you know?
Yeah. I think Silver Knight really wanted to get with Subaru, but it just never happened. Lady Subaru. Mm-hmm. Different Subaru than ReZero. Just different Subaru. But Tsukasa is canonically a male character, but a female player. And to the point, but it's like the point where he doesn't know that. We're like, no, I'm a guy. I think, and we find out later that no, Tsukasa is not a guy. Tsukasa is a female player playing a guy. So definitely they would say this character is trans. And then the story, as the story progresses, Subaru and Tsukasa fall in love. That's how that goes. And so J. Jameson says, could you imagine the damage to the story if he slept with her? Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, I really like Dot Hack Sign. I really like this series, but it does make me think that Dot Hack Sign was like the precursor to a lot of isekai now, because this is canonically an online massive multiplayer RPG, but everyone is canonically a player, and no one is really trapped inside unless you're Tsukasa. Tsukasa is the only one who can't actually log out. Mm-hmm. But I see a lot of things that were in place in Dot Hack Sign in place in modern day isekai. So I feel like this was the progenitor of a lot of modern day stuff.
Aside from revisiting the unkslop of my youth, I love you, Digimon Tamers. So let me know if this is completely misinformed and I'll hold the L. But I think the perception of isekai's main characters is a big part of why it's such a maligned genre. In modern fantasy anime dominated by these isekai power fantasies,
wow, I'm pretty sure he showed me like 30 different isekai, but I just see one character. That's all the same character, the same guy in every isekai.
I feel like the male leads are
Same stupid hoodie too.
factory assembled to be as bland and inoffensive as possible, but their goals and motivations fall far in that same camp of what I dislike about Hollywood masculinity. The heroes of these shows are looking for
good.
Okay, so
Okay,
he is saying Hollywood masculinity. Good.
Yeah, so he is kind of based, I suppose. I
Okay,
mean,
that's-
you can still be based and kind of be skewed by how masculinity is portrayed in the West. So, and he doesn't like it. Which is a good sign. But yeah, masculinity being portrayed in the West is you're super. Basically, whatever the manosphere says masculinity is, that's kind of what the Hollywood version of masculinity is. You know,
Yeah.
you're super aggro. You don't care about women. You just kind of want to sleep with like sleep around with like 100 of them, get children from 100 of them, because that's what a conqueror is. You know, that's
Like-
Andrew Tate's thing.
Yeah, no, like Andrew. No one likes Andrew Tate-isms. Like, not really. Like, there is like a certain respect for like Genghis Khan or whatever, but that's like so far away and so disconnected, you don't really think about it anymore. But like, if there was a Genghis Khan today, we'd probably want to kill him. I'm gonna be honest. If
Oh
like,
yeah, we wanted to kill him back then too.
yeah, I kind of want to kill. Like, if someone was acting like Genghis Khan, I would want to kill them, and I think they would deserve to die. I just, it's just like, I am also a pig of a man. I'm greedy, and like, yeah, I would have 2 or 3 wives, like, if I could get away with it, 100%, for sure. And threesomes, you better fucking believe it. Yeah. No, I would. What self-respecting guy doesn't want that? Like, I don't. Get it.
Yeah, Genghis Khan was a monster. Like that guy was insane monster. Like just kill people and slaughter them and torture them. It was insane. But yeah,
And you
you're
better,
not
like,
supposed to be like
but
that.
I'm sure a lot of those women also slept with him, willfully and consensually, and because they were attracted to him. But like, not all of them were. Like, know
Yeah.
that.
The kind of like, what are you gonna do? Say no to Genghis Khan? That's
Yeah.
probably a bad idea. But yeah, these like Henry VIII is famous for killing all his wives. It's like just yeah, you don't really want to do that. It's not really what you really want to be known for. Which is kind of like the same thing the manosphere kind of suggests. Not the murder thing, but like, oh yeah, just dump them. Just who cares? Just dump them because you want like a wife that just does whatever. You don't even want a wife. You want a fleeing that you get to move on to the next woman to.
Yeah,
It's like
I
that.
don't want that. Do you know how exhausting I find like establishing relationships with anybody? Like, I don't want, like, every time I want sex, I don't want to chase it. I just want it for free. Like, I don't want to have to go through the effort of seducing. I just want to be like, hey, Mir, come here a minute.
Need you for a minute.
Like, bro, give me like 30 seconds. Like,
It's
I know.
down and says, because of the implications.
like, I don't like again, if I could decide every minute of my life, and if I had the ultimate male fantasy, that would be the fantasy I would want. You know what I mean? I don't want to go out and have to go shopping for sex every time. That sounds
Yeah.
exhausting.
Let's see.
Wait. Oh, right. Stu's married, so he's not getting any. Bro, you have no fucking idea. Like, my brother, like, no, I'm married and it's wonderful. I have a great fucking life. Like, it's pretty much whenever.
By the way, chat, we're just $11 away from Pillarman, and then let's see, $11 from Pillarman, and then what? 40s? No, it says $27. So $38 away after that. No, yeah, $38 away altogether from the extra video. That's what it is. And see, wow, Alchemic 80s. Thank you very much for the $20 super $20 super chat. Thank you very much, Alchemic 80s. It's coming in right as I was saying all that stuff. Thank you much, Alchemic 80s. Holy shit, says Japan does have a bit of a problem that whenever a genre gets popular, they spit out a ton of slop versions of the anime. Yeah, because they want the money too. Like, they like the money. So yeah, they're gonna they're gonna pump out like 4,000 like knockoffs. Like, so something happened with Redo of Healer. Like, Redo of Healer like took off. And there was a subgenre, I think, that was made by Redo of Healer or inspired by it or helped popularize it, and that's like the Vengeance anime, where it's usually about a main character who gets like abandoned by their party, and the entire story is the character getting revenge on the party. It's like a subgenre. And usually the first thing they go after is the princess. Like the princess is always like the one that betrays them first and hardest. Let's see. The few good ones that then get buried in or the OG gets lazy in its story. It's sad. Praise be to Space King. Thank you very much, Alchemic 80s. That brings us here to 109. There it is. Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much, Alchemic 80s. But yeah, I think that's kind of what happened with Redo of Healer. It's like one of the anime that made it popular to dump a lot of time and effort into making these revenge stuff. I told you about this one version of it that was really gross because like it's this one kid who kind of like had unlimited gacha, and he gets betrayed.
That's right. I remember you telling me about this because like the girls like end up like licking his utensils or some shit.
Like, after he used them and stuff, and they want his underwear. It's like it's ugh.
That's really fucking gross. And only perverts want that. And I'm saying that as a pervert.
It stuck out. That's what makes it stick out to me. Like, I was like, I remember have this physical reaction that this is gross. But unfortunately, because I had that reaction, I remember it now.
Yeah.
I'll leave up.
I remember you telling me about that too, and I was like, I hate that. That sounds awful.
But that was one of those where it's about how he was taken in by this group of like plucky adventurers who seemed like they liked him, and it was like an adventuring party of different races, which is crazy in that world. Like you don't really hang out with other races in that world. So it was like here's like a lizard man and an elf girl, and of course the big boobed elf girl was the one that really took to him and took him in and was nice to him, very motherly and nurturing to him. And they always kind of hinted that, oh, are they going to fall in love? And she's like, no, I don't even like him that way. And she gets flustered like a tsundere. And then it turns out that they managed to make it to this certain part of a dungeon, and they just betray him for some reason. And like, oh, what about all that stuff we did? That was all a joke. It was all a facade. Ha ha ha. And so they betray him, they let him die, and he falls like deep into the caverns and stuff. Like, he's dead. There's no way he could survive this on his own. But the deep in the caverns was full of magic, and so his unlimited gacha was able to use that magic to just win top-tier prizes all over and over and all over again. And the top-tier prizes were a bunch of high-tiered women. And so they're all like level 9, like 999 or something like that.
That's
and
funny.
So he was able to get like a gigantic harem and some guys. He was able to get some bros to help him out too. And they trained him.
They don't have a crush on him, right? They just like him.
Well, I can't say no, going by how they act and what they say. But
I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever had a fantasy that I want a gay guy to have a crush on me. I
guess I can't really say yes either, because it's more like, are they just bros? Because one of the bros, his bro friends, gets in a fight with the girl because they want to fight over who likes him more. And it's like, I could see a bro doing that for a friend, sort of.
Kinda like
It's comedy. It's played for comedy, so I was like, maybe.
Like, okay, so all right, I have played my fair share of gay chicken. You know what I mean? Like I have like, bro, I'm the throat goat. That kind of, like that is stupid guy talk.
I'm topping you, so I won.
Yeah, like that. Like guys do have a bonding gay talk that we have, like especially military guys. There's certain bonding methods for that. And if you're fighting with a girl to like playfully, like if you're fighting with your buddy's girlfriend, that could be fun.
Yeah,
I could see that. Was that the tone they were going for, or was it like, no, I'm going to get him, not you?
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. That's in that anime.
No, so it was like, I'm gonna have him, not you.
But played for comedy. But it's like, he's like playing it up so much that it seems like he has a crush on him. I think.
Okay.
I assumed. That's my canon story of it.
Sure. Yeah.
But that was definitely from that subgenre of like I get betrayed by my party, and so I wanted to. It was not like a princess. Usually it's a princess, but in this case it was a elven girl noble, which is kind of close enough. Let's see.
A way out of the video game, sure, but their goals are also undeniably masculine, negative, power, status, money, women. They want the highest rank, the biggest level, the hot.
Yeah, as Professor Farnsworth once said, we men want to invent, and then our male brains will lead us to making whatever we invented larger, big. That's why we got big screen TVs. Gigantic trucks and stuff.
Hottest fake elf girlfriend. They probably don't have cars in the other world, but I'm sure if they did, they'd want the fastest one. Like, we're a single pivot away from an Andrew Tate video here. These...
Kinda. I mean, that's what men want. That's why Andrew Tate was so effective, because he kind of leaned into what men want and said that you should want it more. But the thing is that the manosphere thing is more like an immature version of what masculinity is, which is why I don't like the manosphere. The real version of masculinity is traditional Superman. It's the gentleman. It's the guy that kind of has manners, has decorum, has restraint, but is able to rumble when it's time to rumble.
Kirito clone-ass characters suck because there's nothing to them, aside from climbing the ladder of this video game hierarchy. Even down to the character design. They're supposed to blend in to be so...
Ah, geez, look at that. Look at that. It's the same guy. Like, corporate wants you to point out the difference between these like 40 pictures. It's like, it's the same picture, bro. the same character. They have even the same hairstyle. It's all the same. It's like the same black hair with the thing in between their eyes. Let's see. Little Friends LD, Stu. So men will invent ways to get larger. Yeah. I mean, duh. In every aspect, yeah. If you present two houses to a man, do you think he's going to take like the mansion or the regular middle class house? He's probably going to take the mansion.
Depends on how far away he is from black people.
He's probably going to take the mansion. Because the mansion is probably away from everybody.
True.
So
yeah.
it's a way, like, one of the benefits of being in a mansion is that you don't live near anyone.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Nondescript that it's someone you yourself could be. But if they're so blasé as to fit everyone, can they really, truly appeal to anyone? That's why today we're talking about my favorite depictions of masculinity, from Frieren.
Senshi is masculine too, even though he is voiced by ProZD. He's pretty masculine as a character.
Right.
Because like he's not just roughing it, he's on his own. He has vulnerability too. He's got that whole thing of like he's lost his friends, and so he named those golems after his friends. That's totally in character with a masculine man. Masculine men will do that. Like you have like the frontiersmen naming their guns after women. It's tradition. You kind of name things after things you care about, because a masculine man still has feelings and things that he cares about. In fact, that's what makes him masculine, is that he's strong but he maintains his strength to protect the things that he does care about. Now, a soy boy would be like, I care about all these social issues. No, a real masculine man will know that it's not about caring about everything. It's about caring for a select few things very intensely. Mm-hmm. Usually that's his family, his job, his work. There's a job and then there's your work. Like if you're making a car, or Hank Hill has his lawn, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. So you care about these things very intensely. Like Bobby was like, when I was growing up, my dad cared about America, my mom, me, and propane. And sometimes propane was ahead of me. So it's like it's those things. But Bobby could list a few things that Hank Hill really cared about on like one hand, because that's what a masculine man tends to do. They care about a few select things very intensely, and we judge him on those things. Like if a man cares about his family very intensely, oh, good man. But if a man cares about his RPG character very intensely, it's like, okay, well, it's a neckbeard, right? It's not. Find something else, man. It's not worth all that attention and energy.
Yeah, Dungeon Meshi,
in which
Exactly.
Atelier, covering where I think all of these shows do things differently and why their characters succeed where isekai and Hollywood tends to fail.
And keep in mind that Senshi's masculinity is pretty interesting because he's very gentle and very soft-spoken, but he's also very passionate about cooking. Right? He's very passionate about the ecosystem. You can like list all the things he cares about.
He's also a master of his environment. You know, he's
Absolutely.
He's kind of like the most competent guy in the room. You know,
Absolutely. That's his whole thing. Like he's really good. He knows the dungeon perfectly. He knows the ecosystem, the balancing of the ecosystem. He knows how to cook every monster to perfection. He knows what he needs to cook them to perfection. And he's also very soft, very gentle, he's chill guy. He kind of just doesn't really get angry very often.
Nothing stresses him out. Oh God, the ultimate male fantasy is that you don't get stressed out
about anything. Exactly. And also, it's and what else does he do? Why is he even in the show, right? Because he just met these random strangers and said, yeah, I'll go help you kill this dragon. That's pretty awesome, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, oh, that's pretty cool. You also like to eat monsters? Well, let me go with you. I'll teach you how to eat monsters, and I'll fight the dragon with you. That's pretty awesome. Senchi's a pretty cool guy.
Part 1. Frieren. Frieren's take on being a hero is something I find really fascinating. You can't go as
Frieren's take on being a hero is very base because she learns every lesson from a man. Very base.
Single episode of Frieren Beyond Journey's End without hearing about Himmel the hero. Whether it's a flashback, a passing remark, a various state of polished statue. Despite being long dead, Himmel is kind of omnipresent in Frieren. But after all, why shouldn't he be? He's the legendary hero who slayed the Demon King. But Frieren really isn't a story that's interesting.
I got like the fact that after like Himmel's like, I want, after I'm dead, I kind of want Frieren to remember me for at least 10 years. And then she remembers him for like decades, way more than 10 years after his death.
And all that.
But that's why I like about Frieren though, because that's what happens to heroes. That's how heroes should be treated, Stu. Not the heroes, how heroes are treated in the West like they're scum. Like they retire and everyone forgets about them. Oh, you're just a retired hero from a bygone age. No one cares about you anymore. You're a loser and a drunk and everyone hates you. And the hero will have a life of self-sacrifice and then end up alone and miserable like Luke Skywalker.
Yeah. It's like you're a chump for wanting to be a hero. It's like what that story is trying to teach you.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the hero story of today is that being a hero is dumb and stupid, and you're just a loser, and you'll end up alone and unhappy and miserable. But hey, at least you're a hero, and that's kind of how that works today. But meanwhile, Himmel is like he was the great hero who slayed the Demon King, and at the end of it, he's remembered and loved by the world around him for decades after he passed, like years after he succeeded, and then decades after, because he didn't die at the Demon King. He lived a long life. So his long life, like his 50 plus years after he saved the Demon King, plus decades more, gonna be close to 100 years that people are celebrating and loving Himmel, the hero, as a great, fantastic legend, and a guy that kind of portrayed goodness in all of its aspects. And he's known as a guy that kind of saved the world, saved people, helped people out, and gave justice wherever he went. That's how we want to see our superheroes treated as well. Mm-hmm. Like especially Spider-Man, who gets like the big brunt of like everything sucks and his life sucks and everything should be taken away from him at all times.
Yeah, they're so mean to Spider-Man for like no reason.
I'm not even technically as fan of Spider-Man. I don't dislike him. I like him. It's just, I don't really read his stuff or watch his movies. Yeah. But even I know that he's being treated far too harshly for compared to what he does. He's self-sacrifices for a living, essentially. He should get rewards.
Yeah.
A hero should be rewarded for his good deeds.
Right now, I think the most popular fan comic that I'm aware of is one where MJ and Felicia, like the Black Cat, are just his. Like
yeah, I mean that's fair. It should be that way. He should get like his crush. He should get some benefit, even if not like financially or immediate. Just like he'll get some huge benefit in some other way.
Yeah.
Like his rival gets taken down, or he gets a break on his rent or something. I don't know, something.
It's so funny too, because have you watched like have you watched either or both of Into the Spider-Verse?
I watched them both.
Okay, so I kind of hate the second one because the whole fucking movie, it seems to be a response to like me personally, because I took issue
with Miles's story. I don't think Miles is as interesting as Peter. Like, I liked Miles. I thought he was neat. But, like, he's decidedly not Spider-Man because all the Spider-Men, like, lost their uncles.
Yeah, and
Like-
Miles Morales didn't really lose anything. I mean, he has an evil uncle that died, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that counts.
It really fucking doesn't, actually. And the fact that they make a memorial to him at the end of the movie, kind of is gross, actually.
Because
Because
that was an evil villain. He was a mercenary.
he was the worst, and that guy, like, deserved what he got. Peter, the reason his lesson hits home is because his own direct actions led to the death of his uncle, who did not deserve to die. That's why Uncle
Yeah.
Ben is tragic in Spider-Man, because Uncle Ben is a bystander in all this, or at the worst case, literal worst case, like a good Samaritan.
Completely innocent. Like, he was completely innocent, and he just happened to be killed by a guy that Peter Parker let escape because he was being selfish. Like, why should I stick my neck out? Why should I help you capture this guy? It's your job. You're the policeman.
Yeah. Meanwhile, he gets his uncle, whatever the fuck his name was, Uncle Black Panther, whatever the hell, like. Like, he gets the same reverence as Uncle Ben. No, the fuck he doesn't. Fuck that.
He was a
guy.
villain. He was a bad. It would be one thing if he was forced to be a villain, like he was doing horrible things to, I don't know, pay for his wife's cancer treatment, something like that. But he was a bad guy because he liked being a bad guy. That's about it.
It's also real weird because I'm pretty sure that was written by a white guy. So, like, what are you trying to say by this, buddy? Are you trying to say that all black, like every black person has an evil relative? Because I mean, based on statistics, you might be right. I'm just saying that, like,
it's not the same. It's just not morally the same. Like, the Peter Parker's uncle
not.
dying and Miles Morales' uncle dying, not the same thing at all. Like his uncle dying was justified. It was just that he lost, that he died because of all the evil that he did. Let's see. Shady Durag says, I like that one video said, it's like that one video said, Hollywood wants to treat heroes like they're leaders, not realizing that heroes do lead. There's a difference between the two. Yeah, so you can have an evil leader. Like, Dr. Doom is that way. He's an evil leader. But a hero can be a leader, but first and foremost, he has to be a good guy to do what's right. And see, JD Rex says the second movie reads as a response to Spider-Man fans who refuse to accept Miles Morales as an equal to Peter. The thing is, Marvel refuses to accept that. They are constantly using Peter to define Miles. Yeah, because Miles is a derivative. He's what they call in the industry a derivative character. He's not. He's a Spider-Man. He's not his own character. He's not his own hero. And to make things even worse, they kind of tend to know this because there's a whole series where they kind of just put Miles Morales as everything. Like, Miles Morales is Thor, Miles Morales is Hulk. There's a whole series about Miles Morales as being everyone because he's so generic of a character that.
Yeah, I remember that. Oh, and they fucking graffitied Asgard, and they had like black stickers on Mjolnir or something. Like, it was
the Thor one was just straight up racist. Like, it's like Black Dynamite, which is like a parody of like 70s blaxploitation movies.
Yeah.
But it was like that, but serious.
it was it was kind of uncomfortable. I'm going to be honest. Like, I'm like, this. I don't feel like you're doing what you think you're doing.
It did the bullhorn thing where they rhyme, like they just like half rap and stuff, and it was awful too. It was terrible. I was like, man, this is straight up racist. This is racist.
By Odin's fade, yeah.
It was like by Odin's fade. Like, what is the? But it was hilariously racist because it was funny by the fact that they're trying to be like supportive and they're trying to you could tell that they were like masturbating with how good they're feeling about I'm supporting black people and the black community. Like, hold on,
and the black experience and by Odin's fade. That
was a line in there, like by Odin's fade. It's like that story of Mark Wade where he just jizzing himself over the idea of I'm making a story about the black experience in the 70s. It's going to be about the racism back then, and I'm going to get praised by all the black creators. So he went to T. Franklin and was hoping to get her permission because she's like a well-known black lesbian writer in a wheelchair, but she's like in a wheelchair because she's really, really fat. But it's like she's a well-known black creator, and she just eviscerated Mark Waid over this. I was like, it was like Sauron fighting Darth Vader. Like, I don't care who wins. Like, you guys fight.
It's like it doesn't matter. It's not enough that the comics win. The author must lose.
Exactly. But that was really funny. Hold on, here it is. I got it. Check this crap out. They wrote this. Hold on, go away. Of all the 5 realms, Asgard is his hood. For miles you can see, he's just that good. The Rainbow Bridge takes him to his quest. The Bifrost Lions goes north, south, east, and west. From Jomungandr to the Wrecking Crew, he's stuck Gullinbursty to the Asgard Zoo. But he is low-key what he wants to be, name on marquee like his uncle Loki. Odin's son, he's the son of gods and kings. Got so many wins back at all those rings. This is Bullhorn. This is Bullhorn from Black Dynamite. By the way, this is Asgard.
Really
if you don't remember, look at this. This is Asgard. It's just Detroit.
the shoes on the power
shoes
lines.
On the power line.
It's so funny because do you know what that means? It means drugs.
Someone died.
No, it means drugs are for sale.
In Asgard. What are they selling? Are they selling spice?
I guess.
Well, at least look at this. Look at this thing on the corner. Look at that. It's a car being pulled by a ram. Being pulled by a ram. This is graffiti. Like this is like this is I guess this is if black people ran heaven, I guess it would just be they could just graffiti everywhere because they have graffiti on like the top tier of that skyscraper and stuff.
Have you seen that one reverend? I don't know his name, but he's like Reverend so and so, and he's like basically a
Ruckus?
real life Uncle Ruckus. And he said that if Jesus was black, heaven would be a ghetto, and I'm like, oh my god, who are you?
Apparently, he's not wrong because if black people ran Asgard, this is apparently what would happen.
I'm pretty sure a white person wrote this. I struggle to believe.
It was an Hispanic guy. He wrote this.
Oh,
It was a
yes, of
Hispanic
course.
Guy. It's
no wonder it's racist. Like,
I think he got in trouble for it too. I think a bunch of black guys are like, wait a minute, who wrote this? He's formerly known as a prince for sure. He's subjected his friends. They just call him Thor. It's like a terrible Hazbin Hotel level rhyme. As he has, Hamilton Berger says, does Odin ever point out that none of you ninjas are Heimdall? Yeah, none of you ninjas are Heimdall. Let's see here.
Is that in the book?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
All hail Thor, sacker of the fire horde of Musahelm. Yeah, well, Hugin. I don't like. Oh, where's like Odin's fade? Because that actually was a line, I think. Insane. Which is, it sounds like this is a fantasy by JD or something. Like a JD fantasized about Turk being Thor.
It does. It would totally be a Scrubs fantasy. That's so funny.
I'm trying to have a chill day, and y'all are making me think about my responsibilities. Well, with great power, don't you have two of a statue to crap on?
Don't do that to me. You can't do that to me.
Look at his uncle. This is his evil Uncle Loki.
Oh my god. You know what's so funny? I was at a convention one time, and I went to Walmart because I had to buy something, and there was this black girl with her best friend, and I was walking with my buddy. We were just minding our own business. We were grabbing the thing I needed to grab, and I heard her go "shit," and then like clicks her tongue, and I couldn't hold back. I immediately started laughing. I fucking guffawed like as hard as I could. It was so obvious that I was laughing at her too. That I was like, we need to leave. We need to leave. This Walmart. We need to leave this Walmart right now. I'm in trouble.
Oh wait, Stu, look. This is look at the hammer.
Oh my
god.
no.
Look at Mjolnir. It's all graffiti.
You can't show me this. You can't show me this.
So it's not even an exaggeration. This is Marvel. This is if Miles Morales was Thor and Asgard was run by his family. So this is where it is. This is how Marvel chose to portray this hypothetical.
That's so embarrassing. You can't do that.
And see, yeah, that's why I said it's pronounced huggin. Yeah, it's pronounced huggin. I beat the huggin. Hamilton Berger, thanks for 35 months of support. Says only John Malin can accurately write Black Youth. Yeah, just the Little Red Riding Hood or something like that. It's called Black Hood. This is called Black Hood. That sells for a lot of money because it's very limited and it has this insane levels amount of the use of the N word. And so Shady Rex says, looks at Miles' feet. Excuse the cliche, but what are those?
Oh my god.
Let's see. Where is it? Yeah, look he's okay, so he has like his Thor outfit on here, right? But then he has like these ratty sneakers. Look at these sneakers. By Odin's Fade. Oh, yeah, there it is. There's him putting on his sneakers. He's got Jordans. Let's see. He's got style and he's got flair to boot. With his kicks, you know he's in hot pursuit. Old enough to know that he don't know all. He wants to have a ball before the fall. All his dreams rain from the clouds above. He brings the thunder, best believe it, bruv. Is he British now? He became British all of a sudden, I guess.
Is that okay?
But that's Marvel's take on if Miles Morales was Thor.
Uh-huh.
Very not racist or anything.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me see. Here it is. 1 second here, chat. Let me get this. Okay, here we go. Let's see if this sounds familiar to you. Here's Bullhorn from Black Dynamite. Here we go.
Ooh, with a lot of muscle mass, but it's time for Bullhorn to get up in that ass.
See, it's exactly how they write in that comic. This Bullhorn.
Fed food with a lot of use a corn-fed food with a lot of muscle mass, but it's time for Bullhorn to get up in that ass.
So I think the writer just like watched Black Dynamite, started writing dialogue for this thing.
Motherfucker.
They get a new actor. Hold on.
Let everybody know. Let everybody know. And suckers be warned that this is the outcome when you mess with Bullhorn.
So that's what they were going for then.
Apparently, it's like it's the only thing that makes sense to me is that's where they watched Bullhorn and it was like, yeah, let's have that dialogue in there. Let's see. All right, here we go. Here we go. Okay, back to the video at hand.
We've actually never even seen him.
Oh, this is LD show Stu, the pimp scene from Black Dynamite. Oh yeah, that was I don't think I could show any more because of copyright reasons, but like that was a pretty funny scene where he's like he walks into a bunch of pimps. He's like, "Don't be trying to sling dope to the community," but Black Dynamite, I sell drugs to the community. Not anymore, you don't. All right, there we go. Thank you very much, Alex Halo. Get that updated there. Fantastic.
Almost confrontation with the Demon King, not through flashbacks, not as a memory, barely even recalled by characters. We don't even know what the death blow was, if there was one. We haven't seen the fight, and we barely...
It's kind of what happens when a woman writes it. She doesn't really care about the Demon King battle. It's just kind of like, okay, that happened, but let's get to the emotion stuff. And it's not wrong. It's just a difference between what women tend to prioritize and what men tend to prioritize. Like she gets right to the emotion stuff, where it's about the afterward, them trying to deal with like, what are we going to do now? What's we've did it, now what? That sort of thing. Where usually a journey like this is written by a man, and it would lead up to the climactic battle with the Demon King. So it's just different. It's not wrong or right. It's just different.
Understand what actually happened, because despite everything, that's not really the story Frieren is trying to tell.
Oh wait, there's another dwarf that they meet who's like building a bridge, and this guy is pretty masculine because this guy he's dedicated himself to 100 years building this insane level bridge, and he did it. Frieren and others helped him finish it off, I think. In fact, he spent so long building this bridge, a town formed around him. So he was just there for 100 years building this bridge, and people were like, oh, yeah, let me go ahead and build a place here. I can make food for you. You can rest here or something like that. And so eventually a town formed around this guy building this bridge. It was pretty cool.
What we do see is Himmel's day-to-day life, how he helps ordinary people, how those small acts of kindness are actually the things people remember.
This is why Himmel's awesome. I really like Himmel for all these reasons. I like Laios and like Himmel because this is what it's supposed to be like. This is what a masculine man is supposed to be like. Himmel I like a lot, hero-wise. Laios is not really a hero to me. He's kind of a goofball who is well-meaning, but Himmel is a hero. Like, he's not just out there trying to kill a demon king. He's out there. He took 10 years to kill a demon king because he kept helping everybody. That's a hero to me. This is why I spent, I think, 6 months making a video on Superman. Because this is what I like. I like this hero. I like Himmel. Because he's out there trying to fight bad guys, save people's lives. It can be anything from I'm going to save you from this monster to I'm going to deliver your mail. To I'm going to go ahead and clean up your room for you or something like that. He's Himmel the hero. That's why he's called Himmel the hero, not Himmel the slayer, but Himmel the hero. Because this was part of his character, to stop and help out those in need, regardless of the level of problem that it was. And that's what makes him a hero.
Remember, not this ultimate pseudo-divine act of slaying a demon king in the far reaches of the world, but just how he was a good person in the moments he thought no one was watching. We've barely seen Himmel in the face of combat.
And by the way, that's kind of what everyone remembers him as. Like, people like, oh, he's Himmel the hero. He defeated the demon king. But everyone who shares the story, especially Frieren, is like, oh yeah, that one time that he helped me out with this or helped me out with that. Like, people kind of remember these small acts of kindness. And it's not just, yeah, sure, the big things count for a lot, but people remember these smaller acts of kindness. A shoulder to cry on when they need it, a guy to help them out with a small task that no one really helped. It's kind of like Goblin Slayer is so cool, right? Goblin Slayer was so famous and beloved by some people in the community because he took these jobs that revolved around goblins that stronger adventurers don't really take. And the goblins are kind of like in this weird zone in terms of questing that, yeah, sure, there's tons of adventurers out there that could just wipe them out. But the adventurers strong enough to just own all these goblins are so strong that they kind of take higher paying and higher level quests. It's the fact that Goblin Slayer is both strong and willing to dedicate his life to taking on these like scum level quests that people kind of love him, because it's not about the quest or the fame or the fortune with Goblin Slayer. It's about helping people and kill these goblins. So it's one of these things where it's like these smaller acts of kindness, these smaller acts of heroism count for a lot, and a lot more than people kind of take him credit for. And that's what, and Superman was like that. Superman's supposed to be that kind of guy. In fact, I added in that quote from Christopher Reeve, who's like, who is Superman? Well, Superman's ultimately a friend. And that's what Himmel the hero is. Himmel the hero is a friend. Unfortunately for him, he's too much of a friend because he got friend zoned. But he is a friend to all those around him. He will help you. He will protect you. He will save you from the evils of the world, no matter how strong or how insignificant those evils might be.
And yet we've seen him spend a day looking for a lost cat. We've seen some.
See, there it is. That's kind of like Frieren's memory of their first date is when they spent the time, all that time together looking for a lost cat. And then Fern is like, Miss Frieren, that's not a date. That's just work. That's your job. You can take on quests. Then Frieren's like, oh, whenever two members of the opposite gender hang out with each other, it's a date. And that. And someone made a meme about that, about Himmel going, wait, that was a date? Why didn't I know that?
One that had the foresight.
He would have totally taken that too. He'd be like, yeah, we went on a date. Yeah.
Yeah,
I went on
Himmel, if Free would consider that a date, he'd be like, oh, yeah, absolutely.
Of course. Yeah, for sure.
That reminds me of the other meme that I like, but it's Delicious in Dungeon, where it's Laios is finally coming to terms with his affection for Marcel and then finally confesses to her. And then Marcel's like, what? I thought we'd been married for like the last couple of years. What do you mean you want to get married? I thought you'd been married. His Laios just kind of didn't notice.
Himself everywhere to greet his immortal friend, knowing she might one day want to see a familiar face. He even left his memoirs out for her to continue in a world and future he knew would someday not include him. Frieren gets a lot of praise for its female main characters. Frieren, Fern, Flamma, Serie, Ubel, and it's totally understandable why, but I think it writes men in a particularly interesting way. I don't think they're...
You mean correctly? Mostly correctly. If they just kind of added in a little bit of testosterone, it'd be perfect.
There's much that screams masculine about Himmel the hero. In fact, we learn he's kind of a diva, somewhat vain, and ultimately he's not the hero of legend.
Strangely enough, women really like vain, diva-like men. It's very straight. I don't necessarily have to be evil or anything, but it's like they like men who are prideful and kind of vain. It's just a pattern.
Yeah, it's self-respect, you know?
Yeah. It's not a bad thing. It's just kind of like, I just find it kind of funny. That's a pattern with a lot of women authors. They will make men who are all vain. Probably the most overt version of this is Anne Rice's Lestat, who she modeled after her own husband. But Lestat is very devious and wicked and seductive and vain.
That's funny.
And to such an extent they got Tom Cruise to play him once.
At all, no matter how badly he may yearn for it. But he's also comfortable being the emotional anchor of this group, a compassionate, if not flawed person, just trying to make the world a better place when and where he can. And aside from Himmel, Stark is also just a fantastic male lead for Frieren's present party. At first glance, Stark seems like he's the cowardly character trope that we've seen 1,000 times over. But we learn that Stark is
definitely written by a woman because, first of all, written well. Because he's a really good heroic guy. He's also like Himmel. He wants to help people out. Mm-hmm. He's also very non-threatening at the same time. Just like Himmel and Hyder are. And even Eisen. They're all non-threatening men. Mm-hmm. They're not really like horn dogs or anything like that. They're not trying to hit on Frieren. They're all very non-threatening guys. And it's not really wrong. It's just like that's how women tend to write men also, is that they tend to write them non-threatening unless they wanted to be threatening, like with Romantasy.
It's so funny because like I feel like you get two different kinds of like really well written. Real quick, can someone help me? Was Chainsaw Man written by a man or a woman?
Actually, I don't know. That's a good question. I believe it was written by a guy. I think it was written by a guy.
Oh, a man. Okay, yeah. So never mind then. I was thinking like teenage guys are closer to Denji than they are to Stark.
I don't know a lot about Chainsaw Man, but I do know that much. Yeah.
Like Denji, like his whole goal in life, he's like, I want to have sex with a pretty girl, and I'm like, me too, Denji. I understand.
Like, his whole goal in life is to aspire to a normal life.
Yeah. He wants to eat good food. He wants to sleep with he wants to have sex with at least one pretty girl before he dies. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. Like that's great, you know?
And he wants to live like financially free, or like live in a nice house. It's kind of like the basic primal needs of every man. Let's see.
A, immensely powerful for being a human fighter, and B, just like a genuinely pretty good dude. And it becomes a joy to watch this young, scared kid gradually mature into, well, a hero. There's an emotional intuition to Stark's character that I really enjoy, not because he's particularly great at interpersonal dynamics, but because he recognizes his various shortcomings, and he tries. He strikes out on first dates, he says things that are unintentionally hurtful, and every day he walks the razor's edge of fumbling a baddie. Oh God, he's just like me for real. Frieren Season 2 had a lot of spotlight on Stark, and I think for good reason. We're at the point of Stark and Fern's lives that they're becoming adults right in front of us. Just like for our protagonist herself, it's easy to forget just how much time is passing in this show, and those years since the death of Himmel the hero just keep ticking upwards. Every montage where the group opts to pass a few months in a town, it's adding up. Seasons pass, then years. And what it means is we're seeing Stark become a man in real time. And that immaturity of Season 1 Stark is already beginning to fade a little bit, as Stark's decisions and morals and values are becoming more firm, more rooted in who he is. When asked to become the frontliner for other parties, he refuses because he knows where his real place is. When a demon attacks Fern, he doesn't even pick up his axe, he just puts that dude in a master lock. Unlike a lot of the cast of Frieren, Stark has never met Himmel. He only knows Himmel as a character in his master's stories, as a legend. But despite that, I feel like Stark is oddly one of the most Himmel-like characters in the entire show, because being brave even in the face of fear, well, that's exactly what Himmel the hero would do. A late highlight for me personally is Stark.
All right, good job, guy. Good job, guy.
Yeah, I even like it reminds me of the story of this one guy kind of stepped in to help because that's what Himmel the hero would do.
Yeah, I like that. That's what Himmel the hero would do.
It's what good deeds do. It's just not about the good deeds, but inspiring people to do good deeds as well.
Stark's brief relationship with Genau, just a fantastic bit of character writing in these few episodes.
That was a good connection. That was a really, because this guy kind of came off as completely emotionless asshole. And then at the end, he connects with the Stark on such a level that it's not immediately recognizable, but you can tell by his actions and his choices during that battle that they're able to, that they really did connect on like a bro level.
While it's never really stated, it doesn't have to be. Genau is suffering from survivor's guilt and kind of resigns himself to the fact that he wants to die as his partner did, defending the town on his own in futility. It really is like the masculine urge to die in a battle type thing. Genau believes himself.
The masculine urge to die in a battle on the European fields.
To be an irredeemably bad person for letting his partner die. But Stark refuses this, recognizing Genau's bravery, defending his home to the end is something he could never be capable of. And through this conversation, through their mutual understanding, and their fight with Revolta, the two come to realize that they aren't defined by what they believe about themselves, but by the actions they take. A bad person never would have saved a little girl out of instinct. A coward wouldn't take a direct hit for his comrade and stay fighting in battle. Someone that feels nothing towards people dying wouldn't give everything he had left to save someone's life.
Because Stark is really strong. He's kind of like this, oh yeah, it's that hit, and it's nothing. Your axe bit into my shoulder, but there's no power behind it.
Life. Part 2. Delicious in Dungeon. Dungeon Meshi's
Oh yeah, delicious.
Its biggest strength is its ridiculous cast of characters. Despite the lived-in world building, the science meets cuisine approach to monsters, and the subtle politics.
What I like about Marcel is she's kind of like role-wise between her and Fallon. She's kind of like the Kaiba between the two. Now she's not arrogant or a jerk or anything, but she was hailed as like the first genius of the school, right? She was like the top tier. She was number one among the students. And then Fallon comes along, and she's not really considered to be, she's considered like the weird girl. And people don't really like her. But she's like way more intuitive with all the magic and all the power that magic can produce, to the point where she kind of outpaces Marcel. She's kind of like, Marcel is the traditional winner in all aspects of magic compared to Fallon. But Fallon is like de facto winner. And so like this kind of like Yugi was like, he's like, Yugi's not that great of a person. Like, maybe morally wise he is, but he's just a guy who lives in his grandpa's attic, essentially. He kind of goes to school, while Kaiba is like the number one gaming company CEO, number one in school. He's a millionaire, billionaire, trillionaire, whatever it might be now. So Kaiba is like the peak, you would think, but he still can't beat Yugi at card games. And so Marcel is peak, but you can't really outpace Fallon and her knowledge and wisdom of magic. But the thing is, Marcel is such a person that she doesn't really become hateful or hostile. She actually likes Fallon more for this, because she actually cares about magic. She cares about the study of magic and everything more than she cares about her own ego, which is very interesting. A very powerful point to a character.
Approach to monsters, and the subtle politics of the world quietly unfolding before our eyes. The major appeal of the series is just this goofy lot of absolute weirdos, and none could be more apt for this video than Laios. Laios is such a great main character because he's such a bad main character. Okay, maybe bad is a little unfair, but I don't think anyone can deny that Laios is a little different from most fantasy heroes. I made an entire exploration of this topic in one
Yeah, I like him though because he is very friendly. He is very very cool, chill guy. But also he'll just annihilate you if you try to harm his friends.
of my earliest
Unless he's hungry, which is the main issue. Like if you catch Laios when he's hungry, you might win.
videos, but I think that Laios being a goofy little dork instead of a Jon Snow or an Aragorn is exactly what makes Dungeon Meshi such a good
I wouldn't mind him if he was an Aragorn. I'm glad he's not a Jon Snow. You're my queen. What a bitch.
deconstructionist piece of character writing in fantasy. It's the secret sauce to making it feel less like a paint-by-numbers fantasy and feel genuinely alive, like you're watching a friend improv lines at a D&D table, or flubbing your entire playthrough with a crit fail in Baldur's Gate 3 when you haven't saved in ages and turned the autosave off
Why would you turn the autosave off?
because you enjoy a challenge. Well, guess what, buddy? You haven't saved in 7 hours of playtime. Back to Act 1, idiot.
Oh, geez, that would suck. I was like, would you continue from there, Stu? Like, okay, I spent 7 hours getting to this place, and I died.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, you have done that because you played Iron Man mode.
Yeah, I played honor mode, and like, there are some unpleasant bullshits.
Husband says, Laios singing the siren song. Oh yeah, they sing the siren song to like disrupt the spell. That was pretty funny. But that was totally a D&D moment. That was totally a moment where like the players would be like, okay, how do we get past the sirens? How about we sing the song terribly to the point where they get distracted.
But underneath all that deep unseriousness, there is a heroism to Laios that I think we can all really respect. An archetypical masculine hero is a man that stands by his duty. There's a sort of stoic understanding and
Duty.
personal contract to responsibility. Do the right thing no matter the cost. With great power comes great responsibility type beat. And this whole heroic self-sacrifice thing is hero shit 101. Think of what I just said about Ganao. Think about how many times you've seen it in fiction. It's just what heroes do. Laios is so interesting, both because he has no interest in that stuff whatsoever, and because he's completely defined by it to the core of his being. In the last episode of the series, we finally get some Laios backstory, which in and of itself
By the way, but by non-threatening, it's also like there are rarely any points where there's very rarely any shonen moments, where like Laios walks in on Marcel bathing, like, oh, he gets the nosebleed and crap. And that doesn't really happen either in Frieren to that extent. There's no, I don't remember a moment where Stark like walks in on Fern bathing or something like that, or Stark kind of runs into Fern and his face is buried in her boobs or something. And he gets the nosebleed. I don't remember that being the case. I'm pretty sure that's kind of like part of their non-threatening aesthetic.
Yeah, they don't do that. Like, if I actually find it kind of refreshing because accidental perverts are, for me, like in my opinion, I feel like it is a coward's way out. That you want to have your character you want to have your male character look at your female character sexually, but you're too scared to make them just interested in her. Like,
yeah,
maybe he catches her at a certain angle and he goes, "Whoa! I did not know she was that pretty. Oh my god!" Like that kind of thing. Like,
that does happen with Stark. That does happen with Stark, where it's like, has Fern always been this cute? But it's not like nosebleed. He catches her in a bikini or something like that. It's very wholesome. It's very innocent.
Yeah, no, it should definitely be like, oh wow, yeah, no, she is pretty and I like that. It's very, very like almost I would describe it as almost rude and cowardly to have your character like accidentally see them like that, like, like it's like you're saying the only socially acceptable way for you to check out your friends is accidentally, and so like it almost makes you think like oh, I should only I want to see them naked, but I only like it's only appropriate if I see it accidentally. So I need to
only by accident.
Yeah, I need to put myself in situations where I accidentally see them naked, and like that's not okay either. Just let your characters check out your girls,
I mean, it used to be that way, but it's like it's very threatening for that to be like straightforward, for that to happen straightforwardly, especially in the West.
Is such a neat bit of writing, like why save that till now? It's such a cool choice. But we get the reveal that Laios was, and technically is, a deserter. Totally unable to live a rigid and militaristic life he had no interest in, he leaves the army to do his own thing. And then, in the Golden Country, where he's revealed to be something of a chosen one, again, he just doesn't seem thrilled with the idea. To bear this sort of heroic responsibility is something that Laios just doesn't want for himself. And that kind of writing, not a temporary and cliche denial of the hero's journey like you see all the time, but a deep rejection of even the idea of being a hero. I think that's why Laios strikes a chord with a lot of people. Nobody wants to sacrifice themselves for a cause they don't believe in. Nobody wants to fight on the front lines of someone else's battle. Through Laios,
And see, Alchemic 80s, it's a $10 super chat. Thank you very much, Alchemic 80s. Appreciate it. Let me see here. Here it is. Where is it? Oh, here. Thank you very much, Alchemic 80s. Says, another thing I noticed is that the Japan seems to treat hero like a military title rather than a description of individual actions. And sometimes they do, especially in like shows like Sentenced to be a Hero. And sometimes that does happen a lot in isekai. But I think they know what a hero is, and it's just kind of like the trope thing where, okay, you've been designated hero. Because sometimes they have like the guy who's supposed to be the hero, who's like really awesome and powerful, but then you get the main character who's not the hero, but he is a good person and therefore a hero.
So like, Bushido and chivalry are two distinctly different honor systems. Chivalry has a built-in, like, you need to protect women kind of honor system, and Bushido is like the male standard. Like, if someone is exemplary in Bushido, women should be automatically attracted to you because that's what they're supposed to be. You're just superior. Chivalry actively encourages you to take care of and care for women. Bushido does not put a special emphasis on caring for women or children. Bushido puts an emphasis on serving your lord faithfully. It's still a code built in loyalty, which is a very masculine thing, but there is no caretaker protocol in Bushido.
Yeah, it's a very different mentality.
Not
So like, yeah,
necessarily-
it's kind of like we get like the hero who like serves the society or serves the king and that sort of thing.
Yeah. It's not necessarily serving the emperor either. For samurai, it was more important that you serve your feudal lord, and it's your lord's job to satisfy the needs of the emperor. And even then, the emperor was more of a religious figure rather than a practical one. Like, yeah, you had to listen to the emperor because we all had to kind of have social cohesion. The emperor was kind of a tool to keep the peace. But otherwise, the emperor, for the most part, was pretty powerless to stop the samurai from doing samurai things. That's why there was so much civil war in Japan, and each region was kind of treated as their own country. And each of these countries would have samurais, and the idea of Bushido was that these samurai were loyal to their lord, who represented their country's best interests. So,
yeah.
Like, the reason, like, that's really, really good in creating a society of high voltage people. And Bushido, as opposed to chivalry is based in Jesus's teachings and being loyal to Jesus and God, and you exemplary these set of behaviors, because Jesus told you to do so and God wants you to do it, and it's more noble in our culture to do what God wants, and it's more noble in Eastern culture to do what your lord, i.e. your country, wants. Both are a form of nationalistic pride and social cohesion, but with very different motivations and goals.
Yeah, it's not that uncommon for there to be difference between the West and East, but they do have some similarities, definitely. It's why they kind of tend to mesh together sometimes.
It's
Let's
like
see.
chivalry is like lawful good, and Bushido is like lawful neutral, and Izat is lawful evil.
Yeah. Let's see here. And this, make sure this is all good to go. All right, let's go.
Dungeon Meshi's stance on being a chosen one is clear. You don't need to be a hero to do the right thing. You just have to be a regular guy that shows up and does it. The flip side of not wanting to be perceived as a hero is that Laios is undeniably a hero. He doesn't even think twice when his friends are in danger, and you actually couldn't point to a better example of masculinity as self-sacrifice than Laios 1v1ing nearly every monster in the entire dungeon to protect his friends and save his sister. Maybe the series' most hype moment so far is the Red Dragon fight, where Laios is literally prepared to sacrifice his life just at the off chance Fallon could still be alive somehow. Even Laios' blunt social awkwardness always has the eventual intention of just wanting to help his friends out of a dark place that maybe they didn't even recognize themselves in. Shuro, Senshi, Marcel, Izutsumi. Laios' dumb natural intuition at some point kind of helps them all when they're at their lowest. And it's not even just Laios. Ryoko Kui kind of writes all of her male characters with this blunt rejection of masculine heroism, and instead a more quiet focus on kindness, on nurturing. Senshi and Chilchuk both exemplify understated masculinity, both outwardly appearing gruff and standoffish, but secretly being total sweeties who care deeply about the people around them. These two are just about the furthest
Senshi.
thing from the archetypical masculine hero as it gets.
Senshi. Bread, 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 bread. That's what happens, all right? This is like what happens when you have an entire crew of dungeon divers who are all really autistic.
And yet, what could be more manly than cooking a meal for the whole squad, than shedding tears, showing emotion openly? What's more inherent?
Because Senshi has his pain too, and so he does show it, but he's not going. Ooh, he's crying. The tears, he can't hold the tears back, but he's like, kind of stoic still. That's a masculine cry.
Inherently masculine than providing for? And
It's because he's remembering all like the guys that died, and the guys that he would later on go to rename. Or use their names to name the golems and stuff.
protecting a younger generation. And speaking of that, part 3, Witch Hat Atelier. Witch Hat Atelier's male lead, Kifri, is the instructor of the girls in the atelier. Think Gojo, Kakashi, that brand of white-haired dude with covered eyes and a deep well of trauma that I'll just let you...
You know the kind.
Yeah, that's
You know the type.
find out about for yourself. Kifri is an undeniable fan favorite at this point. See my last video. And again, I think Witch
It's like my favorite trope is the push up the glasses guy. You know that guy.
Hat's idea of masculinity is just something so out of the norm that it's really refreshing to see. The thing that...
Okay, Stu, to me, this is a wizard's hat. Okay? The thing that Gandalf wears is a witch's hat. This is a wizard's hat. What do you think?
No, I feel like this. The word that's coming to my head is anima, and
Well,
I
the thing
know
is,
that's
I look at the history and the Gandalf type wizard hat is a witch's hat. The witches would wear that originally, and the wizards then adopted it in media. However, this thing was worn by wizards of antiquity. Like this, he had like the Merlin from Sword and Stone. Like he wore this. I think that one guy that was from Fantasia wore this. I think, but this kind of became like a wizard's hat. So, if you really want like a pure wizard's hat, to me, it's this thing.
I don't know about that.
I think that Gandalf wears is technically a witch's hat.
I get. All right, so I looked up classic Merlin, and yeah, I guess because there's no brim on a wizard's hat. I've just always, now that you're pointing it out, yeah, no, what the fuck?
See,
Has it always been like this? Am I insane?
If you want a traditional masculine wizard, he has to wear this thing. He has to wear like the cone without the brim.
Oh my god, you're right. What the fuck? I feel like I just got Mandela affected.
Yeah, the Mandela affected.
Because only Gandalf has a brim on his hat. Merlin doesn't have a brim.
And only live action Gandalf, because the cartoon Gandalf wears kind of like a hood thing, but it makes this shape though.
All right, Gandalf Bashki?
I think the Rankin-Bass or Bashki.
Rankin. There it is. All right,
He has a hood, but it makes this shape.
Oh my God, you're right. Yeah. What the fuck? No, he always had a brim.
No, only in live action.
Wait, in
Oh,
the
wait.
books, do they
There-
mention the
there-
brim?
I don't know actually, but okay, there is a cartoon version of Gandalf that is like the rotoscope one where he does have a brim, but usually it's this thing. It's this shape.
Does Gandalf have a brim on his hat? Okay, in
This is the
books-
classical wizard's hat.
All right, okay, according to this, in both Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, Gandalf's hat is specifically described as having a brim. In fact, Tolkien famously wrote that Gandalf had bushy eyebrows that stuck out beyond the brim of his hat. Okay,
So it wasn't that big of a brim.
it wasn't that big, but he had one.
Yeah, so it's a witch's hat. Gandalf has a witch's hat. He canonically has a witch's hat.
I think you're imagining a bigger brim than what's on, because no, yeah, he's got it. Okay, here we go. Okay, cool. It is in the book. Okay.
So Gandalf, being the progressive wizard that he is, wore a witch's hat. Okay, canonically.
Okay.
And they fix it for the animated version, and they kind of change it back for live action.
That's funny.
Let's see.
Refreshing to see. The thing that really stands out about Kiefer is just how much grace he's willing to give a complete beginner into the world of witches. In Witch Hat, magic is created through drawing, and it becomes this wondrous
It's ironic, that's not a witch hat, that's a wizard's hat.
extended metaphor that the study of art itself is akin to magic. And through Kiefer, we get this endlessly patient teacher who wants the best for his students, guiding them through the day-to-day minutiae as well as life-defining trials, a sort of hot anime Bob Ross. And
I never heard that those words together in that order before. Very interesting.
if you've ever had a male mentor figure or role
Wait a minute. Well, why? Never had a male. It's just this scene, this image. Never had a male mentor, Stu. Like it's not just the fact that they're naked and like his hand on like his both naked bros. It has to be the face also to the right. We're like, oh, whoa. All right, this is the peak image right here. This one still peak image of the term male mentor.
male mentor figure or role model, a teacher, a coach, family members with shared interests, anything. You know how completely life-changing it can be to have that kind of anchor in your life. And conversely, you can imagine how soul-crushingly terrible it can be to have someone in your life who's supposed to be teaching you, not believing in you. And these themes and motifs are things that early Witch Hat explores and, in my opinion, knocks out of the park. Kifri and Elrugio are master and watchful eye, choosing to raise apprentices after becoming accredited witches themselves. And while the whole scenario screams history will say they were roommates to me, there's just something about these two non-biological girl dads that just works. The heart of Witch Hat Atelier is these two and their relationship, and their dynamic towards parenting, not parenting these kids. But aside from being caring, Kifri is also undeniably cool, and we're supposed to be just as impressed by him and his obscenely powerful magic as the girls are, but we're also supposed to realize that he's not always right. There's a sort of uneasiness to Kifri as he tells the girls to only use magic to spread happiness, while clearly being conflicted about believing that kind of happiness is even possible. It's like the next generation realizing that the old ways aren't always right, but still being forced to abide by them. Kifri himself caught in the middle. Oh God, finally some accurate millennial Gen Z representation in media. Kifri, Elrugio, and nearly the entire male cast of witches, Not You, are such positive masculine figures. And they're great characters not just for their strength.
And see, Finion Nisha, that's the $2 Rummer says Dumbledore was a traditional wizard hat. Yes, he does. In Harry Potter, Dumbledore wears the pointy cone because he's a wizard. And he wears a wizard's hat. McGonagall, on the other hand, wears a witch's hat.
Or talent or magical ability, but for their willingness to be gentle, goofy, patient, and selflessly supportive to the next generation of witches. Unless they're not.
And ever to guess why? It's because witches are known to garden a lot. They're known to make potions and stuff. So they're in the garden a lot, which means they need to keep the sun out of their eyes. Wizards, on the other hand, are more scholarly, and so they don't really need the brim.
Nah, I'm just messing with you.
What's the point of
Thank
the
you guys.
hat?
I mean, I don't know. I guess it's a scholarly kind of hat.
I guess,
really
but if
sure.
I'm wearing a hat, I don't like having things on my head.
I assume because they're scholars, they go bald and want to cover that up, like
Okay.
the yarmulke.
So much for checking out the video. If you've made it this far, thank you so much. If you'd like to support the channel, consider a like and a comment. Who's your favorite male character of these series, and why did they resonate with you?
Also, it's I assume it's because wizards like tall things. If you see, like, if you look at wizards and everything, like witches have a wand, right? But wizards have staves. Witches have cottages. Wizards have towers. And so I think it goes to show you that wizards want taller hats.
Witches have
That's the
tower
priority.
envy.
Yeah, they have big tower envy.
And if you'd really like to support the channel, consider checking out my Patreon or becoming a YouTube channel member. On Patreon,
By the way, chat, just $9 more, and we get the extra video of the day. $9 more. Almost there. But let me see here. I think I have the extra video ready to go. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I think we got this, and we have this one. Pretty good. Pretty good, chat. All right. I think I technically going to count this WoW video and this Avatar comics are actually fan fiction video as kind of like they're both extra videos. I think they're kind of nerdy enough. But anyway, Chad, let's see. I think we're going to go ahead and go to stream memes, and we're going to transition over there with Pelaman. Here we go, chat. So raise your volume or lower your volume, whatever you prefer. Loud clip incoming. And Pelaman in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ay, 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 ay.
Oh, yes, best chat. Here we go. Thank you much, everyone, for your generosity. Thank you very much for the Aztecian gods of fitness for blessing us this wonderful day. All right, let's go, chat. Let's go. I think everything is accounted for. Let's see. All right, here we go. It's a Monday. That was we're gonna start with yesterday's memes. Let's see. What is something you can't believe is illegal? Posting a question on Stack Overflow and then saying "never mind, figure it out" without giving the solution to the. Let's see. Liberal white women, and you are. It's war, famine, pestilence, death. Oh, that's who he is. As a fifth horseman of the apocalypse. Was Eve liberal? It's the Alchemic 80s. They can $10 super chat. It says, fine, I'll do it myself. Which Alchemic 80s? Once again, very much appreciated, Alchemic 80s. Let me see here. Oh my God! So Alchemic 80s is fine. I'll do it myself. Okay, we'll do the extra video right after stream memes. Let me friends, CLD. What's that's why I'm trying to get my exercise so I can look like Perlman. I don't want to look at looking at Perlman will kind of motivate you. Like, okay, we're right at the moment. I don't look like them, so they're mocking me with their muscles. So I gotta get it done. 343 Industries. Naughty Dog is this fat, bald, black lesbian lady, and then Gorilla is a fat, redheaded white woman, and then Insomniac is like this man thing who like Willem Dafoe. Let me see. If a purchase can be revoked at any time, then a payment should be revoked. Yeah, that's and they can just revoke your purchase at any time. I should be able to refund at any time. It's crazy that they could just take away your purchases from you. Me waiting for the women's self-defense class to end to see who's been paying attention. I want to convert to Islam. I'm a chicken who converted to work in KFC. Makes sense. What's this? Every trans comic ever made. La la la. I'm just a silly trans girl minding my own business. Wait, you're not a woman? What's this bulge under your skirt? It's like this Nazi guy. It's my anti-bigot bat. This is good. And then here's a comic book, or here's a character that you like who comes in and says, "What a woman! I think I'm in love." Who kind of goes, "I like this one."
I need to. I apologize. I do need to go.
Well, thanks for joining us, Stu.
Yep.
Have
Thank
a
you.
great day.
Bye bye.
But yeah, it's like every single movie or whatever, it has to have like a character that you like have to come in and say, I like this one, or I like this. She's cool, guys. Really, like they'll get Wolverine. They'll get Rocky or somebody. They come in and say, you're a contender or something. Yeah, so like they'll usually go and have like Sonic show up and go, wow, you go get him. They're crazy people, absolutely insane. Yes, we're men in tights. There's the Quark scenario. Like, you're leaving half the money on the table by not including women. Leave the multi-billion-dollar company alone. Yeah, thought of four. Yeah. The whole argument of like, you're not including women, so you're leaving half the money on the table is literally greed. All right? Because the whole thing is you're supposed to cater to your audience. So even if your audience is like predominantly women, you're not supposed to cater to men either. All right, don't start changing something that's for women into something for men either, just to get that extra thing, just to get that extra money. That's greed, and it always pans out like that. It always fails. It always fails that way. Let's see your chat. What's this? I don't care if CyberLeak wins. I need Rockstar to lose. Let's see. Shit. Here we go again. By Odin's Fade. Here we go again. But Aquaman, you can't marry a woman without gills. Yeah, they kind of gaslit everyone into believing that every nerdy fandom is just this guy, the comic book guy. And that's how everyone was able to go just browbeat male nerds into just surrendering their IPs without a fight. And say this should provide adequate sustenance for the Doctor Who marathon. Like a wheelbarrow full of money. Like, what are you buying? Lobster? Good job, boys. Can you hear me now? Echo button. Unfortunately. No way Joker actually did it. Oh, is that the Joker's kid? Joker, no. It's not illegal, Batman. What's that? Oh, it's unlocked. The character hasn't been unlocked yet. Let's see. What is this? Mewtwo used foresight. You dare to challenge me despite being a mere human? How foolish. 72 kg, 99.9 kg, 630 kg. Almost died in there. Let's see. Gaming as an adult. Please don't raid. I work 10-hour shifts. It's an auto-translate error on X resulted in an awkward statement from ReZero author. What does it say? The change in Rui's voice is so good, doesn't it make you come? What? It only makes you come, right? What word did you use? What word was that? So accurate translation. The way Rui's voice changes here is amazing. Isn't it great? Like, seriously great. How did it translate great to come? If you're cold, they're cold. Put the ice in the deep fryer. Deep fried ice. Actually, that's funny. And then over here we have gladiatorial match, circa 347 AD, colorized. Are you not entertained? When a solar flare hits your Nintendo 64 and Mario starts undressing and gets naked. What? Let's see. I guess it's some weird meme. Sometimes you fit perfectly, but it's not the right place. That is such an inspirational quote for such a dumbass thing to do. Like, why would you screw in a Coca-Cola bottle into that? It's like, seems dangerous to me. Hey, printer, can you please print this document? Low on cyan. Don't worry, it's just a black and white text. Did I stutter? No, fuck you. Low on cyan. It's a Tuesday at least. You know what's funny is that you never printed anything in color ever, but you're low on all the colored print ink somehow. You're just low on it all for some reason because they use it anyway. The printer uses it anyway, so they can sell you more ink. Tuesday at least, it's not Monday. It's a scientist found a black fungus inside Chernobyl's reactor. It appears to use radiation as fuel through radiosynthesis. Kill it immediately. I've seen this on a TV show and movie. Yeah, just don't let that thing grow. It's a bad idea, probably. I'm not saying you're fat, but when I cast Levitate, you're somehow immune. Fable has shared a new gameplay teaser clip ahead of Gamescom. Apparently, they have changed the face of the female character from the first trailer, making her more appealing? Looks like Asha has listened to the complaints fans. Bullet game devs. Like, which way? You mean, because I remember this one on the right there being the first one. Did they change it to the one on the left? Because the one on the right is like a dude. Yeah, but also bully game devs, absolutely. The orange bush cat requires regular feeding, petting, and sunlight. Contrary to most plants, watering it will have an adverse effect. The orange bush cat requires regular feeding and pets. And see, if breast size doesn't matter, neither should dick size. Gonna have to disagree. I don't care how big your titties are, but if her but if her dong is even an inch bigger than mine, I'm out. Little cats. Is this? I want GTA 6 to fail. But GTA 6 failing would have a devastating impact on the entire industry because investor confidence would completely evaporate. Harry, I just said I wanted to fail. I don't have to convince me. Epic embed fail. Kirsch was right. Kirsch won again. If you hard, then you hard. If you work hard, then you play hard. If you work hard, then you play hard. Yo, you. If you hard, then you hard, you. He's doing Joey face. What do you say, blacks? Just this once. And see, eat a piece cup. No! Tuesday. To me, it was Tuesday. Wait a minute. There's something bothering me about this place. I know the lesbian bar doesn't have a fire exit. Why? Why doesn't it? Hey, this emergency exit is painted on. Uh-oh. I won't bore you with the details of our miraculous escape, but the lesbian bar desperately needs a real fire exit. Why is it painted on? Why couldn't they have a real fire exit? It's Tomboy Tuesday. No way Joker actually did it. Oh no. Gentlemen, it's time. The time has come. It's Taco Tuesday. Hey, Dave the Barbarian. Dave the Barbarian's funny because he was an idiot. But he should be like a parody of the Barbarian. There's Senshi. Like, no. Let's see. Who is this? Oh, is this the one where he marries the Demon Queen? And then, who could be so scared of you looking so cute like this? Ty Lee, I have a reputation to uphold. Let's see. I studied the moon. I orbited the moon. I walked to the moon. I walked to the moon. Married the moon. Let's see. Princess, I have come for you. There is no princess in this castle. But dragon, you are my princess. Must estimate and brought up by pain water. I killed 50 men. It's Vegeta. Oh, Kakarot, why can't I achieve super? Because his first goal is achieving Super Saiyan like Goku did. That's why Vegeta in the Rain is a distinct character from just plain old Vegeta. There he is. It's James. There's one of the most masculine, powerful anime protagonists in all of anime, and he cries those manly tears. There's Luigi. I thought this was like a gender swap Peter Parker. I didn't think it was a trans thing. It was a crying Squirtle, and is this Miles Morales' dad? I feel like it's his dad or something. Who I'm pretty sure took his wife's last name. If that tells you anything. Children, it's time for the history lesson. Put on your virtual reality helmets. Also, hello, Lisa. I'm Genghis Khan. You'll go where I go, defile what I defile, eat what I eat. I just threw up in my mouth a little bit. There's the big boobed elf girl. I think it's from that one where they kind of try to incarnate a demon king and then enslave him, but it backfired because he's like immune to magic. Would you like to be my mate? That's what happened in the actual cartoon. You told Kara what? That you're a psycho killer. Why would anybody do drugs when they could just mow the lawn? Yeah, Hank Hill, very based. Oh, very cool. It's like Mob Psycho. Is that Mob Psycho? And what is this? Let's see here. He was human, Peter. All these years protesting the Mutant Rights Act, and one of my own gets me. Was I wrong? Uncle Ben, I think he had a tail. Oh, Peter, thank you. Oh, good. I'm glad I died by a mutant, not one of my own. Let's see, but it's a canned event. Yeah. Bro, it's canned event. Can't change it. Looks like the monsters are dying to meet us. Well, they should have made it an appointment. Bro, it's canned event. It's on. Race war. Race war. Miguel's based. He's like, you know what? We got to make it happen. Who cares who dies? He's got to die, Miles. Boy, the sound of that whip sure is sweet. It's like Jesus gently snapping his fingers. Shit. There's Bullhorn. That is the outcome when you mess with the Bullhorn. Check out our friends. Dunk. What is this? What are those? British to American transformation. As like they had an animated version of Black Dynamite. OJ, you be careful with the knife, or one day you might write a book about how you allegedly took some white bitch's life. Hide your wife, hide your kids. Now, if he don't drink responsibly, how is he supposed to pimp responsibly? Exactly. It's time for your bullhorn to get up in the ass. And all the great African American news people have learned to hide their Ebonic tribe speak. Hey, wait a minute. That kid isn't black, he's white. Wait, what? Guilty. Shock him. Black Dynamite, get him to the Sunset Strip. Dynamite. Stanley, the only reason Dad used that word is that he thought he would win him money. I mean, come on. It's very reasonable. I did that shit before I walked in the room. In the ghetto. It's what Himmel the hero would have done. Absolutely. Full term, next you'll be defending killing toddlers. Literally no one would say that. And then they did. And see, orders nothing, gets nothing, is mad. Let's see. Got an Amazon package with nothing in it. I didn't order anything. Here's Marcel. There's Marcel with the cat girl they pick up. Men when they see a child murder, women when they see a child murder. They gotta support him. Imagine like a bunch of like men kind of like this. If he killed like 40 women or something, like he killed 3 women, and men just kind of like crowded outside the courthouse in support of him and gave him $1 million. That'd be kind of insane. Bread. Playing pool with Ara's head. It's a. Oh, there's a fairy godmother. Is all this is them hanging out together. Laios and Stark getting along fondly. I like the Senshi and Aizen are having like a arm wrestling contest. Very based. It's a. I've always been a little different lately. Witch's hat. I think the wizard's hat can have a little brim, but like the big brim stuff is witch stuff. That's witchcraft. Let's see. The halfling's leaf. This is a witch's hat. This is straight on witch's hat. Numerous benefits. Himmel the hero loved to get high as fuck. That's a story she tells about him. You two do magic while stoned? What's this? August 1978. The first time the Punisher shot a woman. It took him that long. She drowned her 3 kids, tried to blame it on some random intruder. The jury saw through that lie, but she still had the fortune of being convicted in a state without the death penalty. Or so she thought. Get her, Punisher. Get her. Let's see. And then what's this? Gojo without... And the figure? Let's see. Trumpeldor. Trumpeldor. I know spells are the best spells. And you see, that's more of like a wizard's hat, but or like a brimmed wizard's hat. But you know, I guess that's very weird looking to say. Anyway, chat. Here we go. Extra video time. Extra video. Let's see here. Here we go. Here we go. Check this out. So here's a very the war within announcement cinematic. I'm going to see if this is good or bad, chat. We're going to see if this is good WoW trailer or bad WoW trailer. Let's check it out together. Let's see if this is before the fall of WoW or after the fall of WoW. It's a very WoW-esque sword, I have to say. Okay, either this is a descendant or something, or is this another guy named Anduin? Because that's Anduin Lothar is a hero of the very first war, actually from Azeroth at Stormwind. So is this Anduin Lothar? Because I do know there's some time shenanigans going on, or is this another guy named Anduin, who might be, I don't know, named after Anduin Lothar? Oh no, LD, this is the War Within cinematic. Oh, is it that bad? I don't know. So I'm taking a gamble here. I want to see is this going to be cool or cringe? In fact, you join me, chat. You join me in this conundrum. This narrative conundrum. Let me go ahead and end this. Thank you very much, chat, for participating in that particular poll. Thank you very, very much. But here we go, chat. Start a poll. So, WoW video. Let's see. It's here. Cool or cringe? You decide. You decide. Cool or cringe? We'll have this contest here. So here we go. The poll has been activated. There we go, chat. So vote now. This tremendous like what was that? This is like a Marvel heroes coming in. Let's see. There we go. Make sure this is all together. I think we got this fantastic. All right. So there we go, chat. There we go. I think I updated it correctly. It will come in handy tomorrow.
You're here to tell me we don't get to hide.
Oh man, already cliche dialogue. We don't get to hide. Why not? Why is it always this dialogue? I'm weak. I'm a coward. Come on. This is, I don't know. I don't really know how to pinpoint it, but you know the dialogue when you hear it, right? You know this modern day saccharine Disney Marvel-esque dialogue when you hear it. This is not how they spoke in Warcraft. This is LD that Anduin Rin, son of Varian Rin, he was named after Anduin Lothar. Well, that makes sense, because I'm not really sure there's any other guy in Warcraft that would be named Anduin without the inspiration of Anduin Lothar, who was the hero of the First War.
Is that it?
You needed time. We stayed away. But time by itself heals nothing.
See, there it is. All right, let's back up a little bit.
You needed time.
You needed time, so we stayed away is good. Ended there.
We stayed away.
So that's good. It's okay. It's okay. It's not great or anything, but it's okay, right? But no, here comes the Marvel. All right, here comes the Marvel. Let me see. Did I break the poll? Did I break the poll? Is it cool or cringe? All right. So here comes the Marvel chat. We have to have a quip.
But time by itself heals nothing.
See, it always has to be a quip or like some like baby's first wisdom, you know, he's trying to write wise sounding dialogue. Like the dialogue before they dropped that was fine. I think that's kind of what determines, or to show off like the difference, right? The difference here between all that, which is, you know, the idea of this normal regular dialogue versus the Marvel swill. So you needed time, so we stayed away is very human. It's very natural to say something like that to that as a response to what he just said. It's very human to go like, we let you alone because you needed time. That's why we didn't bother you. But then we have to have but time. But it's like you have to be very pithy, very like a quip or something that they got from ChatGPT or something like that. A time by itself heals nothing. See, that's kind of where we dive into that, what I call the dialogue.
You didn't just come here for me.
Are we going to do it again? We have another quip already? You didn't just come here for me. You came here for Azeroth or something like that.
It's the visions.
You came here for the visions. Like, they can't talk like humans. They can't talk like people. Like, why does he have to like immediately answer with another quip of his own? It should be like, we let you alone because you needed time. And he should like respond with, thank you. But I'm not really sure if time is what I need right now. Like, you know, something like that would be, you know, back and forth, a natural back and forth. But no, everyone has to respond in quips.
You've seen them.
I suspect many have lately. Something, someone, is calling out from the heart of the world, like a voice from a dream. Something dark is coming, Anduin. The world.
Oh, something dark. You don't say. Bad things are happening. We got to be prepared for bad thing. We can't really go into specifics for some reason. It can't be like the demon. There's a demon insurgents coming in. Illidan is on his way, or you know, something like that. No, it has to be some generic bad thing is on its way. We have to prepare.
Need your light again.
Oh, jeez. Something dark is coming. We need your light. Is he trying to seduce him? And they bang.
My son.
Stop crying. Stop crying. Stop it. Stop it. At least do the manly cry where he's stoic and have the tears flow down his face instead of going, woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Like, stop it. You know what? Hold on. You know what I often feel watching all these modern men, these modern male heroes. 1 second here, chat. Hold on. This is what hold on, let me find it real quick. We'll come back to this video in a second here. This is what it feels like to me watching all these modern male heroes. Right? Hold on. Almost there. Gonna bring it up here right 1 second. And here it is. Like this is eventually exactly what I feel.
I don't know what to do. You can act like a man!
You can act like a man!
What's the matter?
And a little smack in the face. What's the matter with you? And then mock him, of course.
Is this how you turn down a Hollywood Pinocchio that cries like a woman? What can I do? What can I do?
What could I do? What could I do? Shut up.
Yeah. What is that?
Shut up, all right? I don't know what to do. You can act like a man, all right? That's what you can do. Because how you act when something goes bad. You cry like a woman. All right, just act like a man.
I'm not that person.
What are you doing? Are you going to kill him? This is kind of what happens when you get like blue state people to write warriors. Yeah, I assume the same thing applies to swords in a medieval era as applies to guns in the modern era. You never point a weapon at anything you don't intend to destroy. Why is he pointing his sword at his ally?
Anymore. I have no
Why is he such a little bitch? Who is this guy?
light. Not after what I've seen.
You could act like a man. Okay, I don't know who this guy is, but this is the point where you take him by the shoulders and go, you could act like a man, and slap him a little bit and go, stop being a little bitch. You start being a man now.
Not after what I've done.
The orc should, like, this guy's an orc, first of all. This orc should be like, the hell you doing? Give me that sword. We don't need, like, stop it. This is the part where the orc should punch him and go, like, just, you're no warrior, you suck, and then they start fighting, and then he gets healed.
You are not your past, Anduin.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my goodness. This is so cringe. This dialogue is just nails on a chalkboard. What is this self-help dialogue? It's like this therapy session dialogue. You're not your past. You could tell, like, there's not a drop of testosterone in the writer's room. Not one drop. Either it's just women or a bunch of men with shriveled balls. That's kind of like with the guy who used to make WoW. And who was like, oh, I regret that we called it Warcraft. And why is this is like such a immature, weird thing to do. Why are you crying and pointing a sword at your ally? Like, this is a big no-no. I was supposed to feel sorry for him. I just want him to get smacked. And I want this orc to teach him what for, all right? Just smack him back into being a man. Why? I still can someone explain to me why is pointing a sword at or are they enemies? Like, are they actually enemies and they're just kind of doing a frenemy kind of thing here? Because it makes no sense why he's pointing a sword at what seems to be a friend.
I trust you.
Trust a guy being a little bitch? I wouldn't.
Hear me.
They're getting worse. Look, whatever's coming, I'll stand with you. Of course.
Yeah, and then they bang.
I will. But we were drawn here by the voice. Who is it, Thrall? Who's calling out to us?
Well, that's Thrall. I don't know. It didn't come out as Thrall to me.
I'm not sure yet.
But Thrall, of all people, should be like, shut up, Anduin, stop being a little bitch. All right, the Thrall's the guy that battled the humans to free his own people from captivity, and then battled his way to Kalimdor, and then battled the wilds of Kalimdor, legions of centaurs and all kinds of crazy nonsense, and then forged Orgrimmar from the depths of the wilderness and the Badlands and the Barrens, and faced all kinds of hell. And he should of all people should be like, shut up. Get back, be a man, all right? You can act like a man.
But that sword was aimed at someone.
This is like a regular anime sword. Megalithon says, but LD. He was tortured by WoW Satan, so he has PTSD. Don't they all? I mean, you don't really have to tell me that, do you? Like, I just assume every hero has PTSD, And his dad was killed by Gul'dan, and yeah, I warned you. I mean, yeah, there's no excuse. Stop crying. Stop being a little bitch, all right? It's easy to crumble underneath all this stuff, all right? It takes strength to overcome it. And he went from crying to just being serious pretty quickly there. I still don't know why he was pointing a sword at Thrall. That makes no sense. That's like immediate no to any guy, I think. Any guy writing this or watching this, like, whoa, why is he pointing a sword at Thrall? Like, are they allies? I assume they're enemies at that point. Thrall should have been like, the hell's this? And then started fighting him. That's a challenge. It's like a Worf telling Cisco that, oh, did you intend to take my life or fight me to the death? It's like, no. Well, then don't strike me in the back of your hand. Never strike a Klingon with the back of your hand, because that means it's time to fight to the death. It's like one of those. Like, you don't challenge really any man with a sword like that unless you intend to fight him to the death. If it's LD, I can't watch this anymore. I doubt to see. I'm about to see the globule doctor does make globules shrink up. Well, good luck to you, aluminum fence. Hopefully your holy globules are a-okay. Oh, is this StarCraft now? Is it like a StarCraft crossover? What is this? Oh, that's pretty bad. It's so bad. Anyway, chat. Anyway, let's look at the poll here. It's like the cringe has won out in the end. All right, chat. We're going to go ahead and close the stream for today. So thank you much, everyone, for joining me today. Thank you much, Best Chat, for always being Best Chat. Have a wonderful rest of your day. So again, of course, next time.
On a cold winter morning, in the time before the light, in flames of death's eternal reign, we ride towards the fight. When the dawn